Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to foot.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, everyone. Pleasant good evening to you all. Welcome, dissidents, one and all. There's my volume. Beautiful. This is the DueDissidence podcast at a special Monday evening time slot. There are a couple different reasons for that. The most important reason for that is that it is my co-host, Russell Dobular's birthday today. Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has extended birthday wishes.
Yes. Tonight we want to shower Russell with the beautiful gift of money. That's what we would like to do.
This is like I got bar mitzvahed for the money. It's very much like that. This is like my bar mitzvah show.
I had my kids baptized for the money. That's a true story.
Did you?
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, well, it was really important to my in-laws. My in-laws are Catholic. And so, well, one set of my in-laws, because my wife's parents are separated, but one set of in-laws are Catholic. And they were really all about it. And I'm not one to fight on these things, but I'm like, I'm just kind of against it. I don't know. And then my wife tells me, people give you money when you go. I'm like, all right, done. That's all I had to say. Like, no questions asked. Let's do it. I mean, I don't really care either way. So, yeah, why not? We did all right. We took it about 1,800 that day. Not a bad day.
Well, I had been kicked out of Hebrew school when I was 9. And you have to do this whole recitation. And they took pity on my mother. And they just gave me tapes. And I just memorized from the tapes. But I had no idea what I was saying.
Right.
But it, got me through the ceremony.
Right. Hey, it's a paid gig, right?
It was a paid gig. That's it.
Paid gig.
I was paid to learn some lines. I wasn't paid to learn what they meant.
Right.
If you want me to learn what they mean, you got to pay extra.
Extra, right. That's extra. Charge extra for context, as they say.
That's it. Otherwise, I'm just doing the thing. So
birthday tradition, you went down to Coney Island. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, this was, I have a theory. When a place doesn't want you there anymore, it conspires against you. All the years I've gone to Coney Island for my birthday, this was the first year the weather sucked. Every other year I went, it was like perfect beach weather. Literally, I've been doing this for years and years. Today, the weather sucked. I was actually... tried to muscle through it. But yeah, this was not swimming weather. However, you roll with it, man. I did 2 things I've always wanted to do on Coney Island and never got around to doing. I never went to the aquarium.
Oh, you've never been to the aquarium. Interesting.
No. So we went to the aquarium. And also this one I was planning on doing because if there's one thing COVID taught us, never say the words, I'll do it next year. Just if it's in your power to do it now, do it. Don't assume. Don't make assumptions about what's going to happen next year. So I went to an Italian restaurant that's been there since 1907, and it was exactly it's Gugliani's.
Gagliano's. That sounds like something.
Hang on.
A couple people in the chat say your audio is a little low. Maybe pull your mic a little closer. Russell's been trying to keep his distance from the mic so as not to offend the Democratic Socialists in the audience, since we have a big DSA base here.
Exactly. We don't clap here.
Right.
We keep it. Gargiulos. Yeah, see, it's hard for me to remember because I've never known an Italian who had that name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's like one of those Italian names that you fake when you're coming into New York Harbor in, 1894, right?
That could very well be it.
Get to Ellis Island, you're like, what's your name? And then if the mob's after you, you go to say your real name, and then you make something up. Oh, actually, Gargiulo's. Gargiulo.
But
that's
it was exactly what I hoped it would be.
Yeah, that's an old school New York Italian restaurant.
That's it, man. They definitely whacked people there. In fact, there were 3 big fat guys. I'm pretty sure we're in the mob sitting at the front.
You're lucky you kept your mouth shut.
I kept my mouth shut. I ate my food.
You were a good boy. You ate your food. You paid your tip. You didn't fuck around.
You don't fuck around. I came in, actually. I was wearing a bathing suit. And the guy was like, we got a dress code. And I was like, yeah, I didn't go in the water. He's like, hey, it's a dress code. I was like, all right, man. I got my shorts in my bag. How's that? All right, yeah. All right.
That's a very Jewish line. I didn't go in the water. What? I'm not allowed. But you're going in a bathing suit. You're like, hey, there's a dress code. What? I didn't go in the water.
I did.
It's like something George Costanza would say.
But I didn't get in the water.
Yeah, I didn't even get in the water, Jerry.
But no, it was everything I had hoped it would be. I even ordered the coffee, even though I was in a rush because I knew they would have that kind of earned coffee.
Right.
I knew it was going to have that taste. And yes, it had that taste. Homemade tiramisu.
Beautiful. Sounds like a good day. You had some good company. You're going to have to let your company in at some point during this stream, at which point we will be testing out our commercial break place card feature, which I'm not going to give away right yet, but there's a chance we might take a little break. Don't go anywhere if we do. I know when that card comes up, some people bail. Don't bail. Just be patient. All right, relax. Take it easy. We thank you all very much for being here. 286 strong in the YouTube chat. Crowd filing in over on Rumble. We already have a Rumble rant for Russell's birthday. Chard2419 gave a $10 Rumble rant. Thank you, sir. Happy birthday, Sir Russell. And Steve Grumbine would come on to discuss MMT. That would be cool if Steve Grumbine would come on. We talked to Steve Grumbine for sure. Richie Rosencrans, who, fun fact, before I even really knew who Russell was, I started this as an audio podcast with Richie Rosencrans way back in the day. Became a YouTube member, and he said in the chat that he became a member for Russell's birthday. So we're definitely feeling the love, feeling the generosity. Thank you, Richie.
He keeps asking us to do that production. Rosencrans and Guildenstern are dead.
Are dead, right? Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to bribe us.
Cool Blue, happy birthday, Russell. Mine is next week. Beautiful, Cool Blue. Well, happy birthday in advance. Mr. Fancy Pants, thanks for the $19.99. Happy birthday, Russell Muscle. Beautiful. Look at all this, generosity we got here.
Working out.
Working out
a lot better than my bar mitzvah.
Yeah, doing better than the bar mitzvah. I know we're up against Jimmy, and he's got Brett Weinstein tonight, but that's because we're not usually on Mondays, so we're in a little competition here, but that's all right. Go ahead.
You're not giving... Happy birthday, Russell. I'm not giving you a golden shower, though. I know you were looking forward to it. Hey, we always announce when we're making public appearances, so maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Eric Rousseau, thanks for the $5. So Davila is a Leo. Happy drop out of the womb day. Yeah, I hope he didn't land on your head. I don't know how that went.
The jury's still out.
Beautiful.
Like my grandfather's prediction. You're either going to be a millionaire or you're going to be a bum.
Right.
Fooled them.
Eben Goldman, thanks for the $20. Beautiful.
Thank you, Evan.
And Martin R., we got a singing bowl. Martin R., thanks for the $49.99. That's very generous of you, my friend. Thank you very much.
All right. See, these DSA people have me all messed up, man. I'm like, not too far, not too, fucking motherfucker.
Go right there.
Why don't you just go to China? Fucking CCP, all liquor motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for squandering just squander all that goodwill in 5 seconds.
Oh, the coffee, man.
Go ahead.
I haven't drank it yet. All right, so Liat, my bride, and I will tell you, this is the key to a long marriage. Live on different continents.
I was going to say, long marriage, separate.
You want to stay together? Separate.
Right.
It's very Zen. It's like a Zen cone. How do you stay together? Separation.
We separate. Separation is the key.
Yeah, so we haven't seen each other in years, actually. So she came into town for my birthday, and she's been very nice. We're the best of friends, And so she got me. She was just in Hawaii. You know, Australians, because it takes them it's so hard for them to get away from Australia. They tend to do a grand tour when they get out of Australia. Like they never go one place. Right? They're like, fuck, man, I got out of the penal colony. Now I'm going everywhere, right?
Right.
So she went to Hawaii first before she came here. And she got me some custom specialty coffee. So this is Green World Coffee Farms premium coffee from North Shore, Oahu. So we'll see how this is. We'll see how this goes. Oh, yeah, man. That is smooth.
Well, yeah, Hawaiian coffee is brilliant.
Coffee.
Yeah, Hawaiian coffee is wonderful.
That's got like not a trace of acidic quality to it. It's like completely smooth.
I got to switch to a less acidic coffee myself.
I'm
getting Jewish stomach aggravation lately.
You are?
Yeah. Comes
you
and goes.
That. You got the back.
Yeah, I got everything, yeah. It's all falling apart for me. All right, good coffee, though. Excellent.
I mean Hawaiian
coffee is very good. Hawaiian coffee, Jamaican coffee, coffee from the Dominican Republic, very good.
I'm almost sorry that I had this now.
Yeah, because now you're going to miss it. Exactly.
Now I'm going to want it.
Now you're going to miss it. That's like Christopher Hitchens. You know, they asked him because he was this big whiskey guy, you know, notorious whiskey drinker. They said, what's your favorite whiskey? And they're expecting him to give some ultra rare single malt type thing. He says, no, Johnny Walker Black. They say, why? He says, you never want to love something that you can't get a hold of regularly. You know, if I fall in love with a rare whiskey, then I'm gonna feel like I'm missing it.
Yeah.
You know,
then
Johnny Walker Black. He traveled a lot. You figure I can get it everywhere I go. It's accessible. I like it. That's my drink of choice. So yeah, I guess you're stuck with San Francisco Bay here on the mainland.
It's. I'm telling you, it's gonna fuck me up because I'm gonna be drinking this for a week. Right. And then when I go back to San Francisco Bay, I'm going to be like, that tastes like shit.
Exactly. Courtney Conover, thanks for the $20. Happy birthday, Russell. Happy birthday. And Joyce, give a very generous donation. 66 and 60 cents. I think she wants, we'll give you a singing bowl too.
I think we'll
take the hint.
Kind of play the singing bowl with it, right?
Yeah, we could do that. Here, you know what? Let me do it. Here, hold on. I will hit the singing bowl as you... Yeah. I just got to find it because you know where this is. Okay.
It says Iron Man.
1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Beautiful.
There we go. You got a combo.
Thank you, Joyce. That is very generous.
That's what we call a half and half.
Right. Exactly. Very kind of you, Joyce. Very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody. Just a program note, we will be interviewing Shama Sawant this Wednesday night at 8 p.m. This Wednesday, by the way, Shama Sawant's birthday. This Wednesday. She has a birthday coming up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. That's why she's doing our show.
Yeah, exactly.
She said, I would have done it sooner. I know you thought I wasn't coming on because of your whiteness. It was actually because I wanted to treat myself on my birthday.
Yeah. Indeed. All right, folks.
Shit. How are we going to show my rally video? Damn it.
No, we can. She's not going to be on the whole show. We'll do like a half hour, 45 minutes, and then we'll do a regular show.
Because I've got great footage from the rally this weekend.
Yeah, that's okay. So the other reason why we're on Monday instead of yesterday is because, we were both supposed to be at the Humanity for Peace rally in New York City yesterday. I had to stay home because my kid was battling strep. Thankfully, Beckett is doing much better today even than yesterday. So that's good news. But because my kid was sick, I had to stay home. But because I stayed home, I was able to live stream the event over on our Rumble channel, and Russell stopped in virtually from the event itself. So we got some on-the-ground footage there. And so
Russ, Jordan Sheridan.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's how he started.
I can go on the
ground reporting. That'll be included in the montage that we play on Wednesday. So we will have some footage from the Humanity for Peace rally this Wednesday, August 9th, in addition to the great Shama Sawant. And we actually have a pretty labor-heavy program tonight, actually, as it were. So, Russell, do you want to start off with your book recommendation, which has something to do with that?
Yes, actually, Norm Finkelstein name-dropped this book when he came on the show. This is a classic. I'm betting, knowing our audience, a lot of you have read it. And if you have not read this, that is your homework assignment. This is an incredible book, really showing how impossible it is to live on minimum wage in the United States today. Barbara, how do you say her name?
Ehrenreich?
Ehrenreich? Yeah, that's it. Barbara Ehrenreich. She went undercover as a minimum wage worker and just really detailed what your problems are, how you're just always, you can never even get to even, much less ahead, because the expenses of getting to work, your transportation, finding a place to stay, that if you're cleaning rooms for a living, you're just not going to make it. You're not making it like that. So this is kind of a seminal book on that subject. It's one of those just core things you have to have in your library if you want to get into what's happened to labor in the United States over the last several decades. So nickel and dimed, the book of the night.
All right. Well, like I said, we do have a couple of big labor-related stories this evening, but we're going to start out with a little light reading from the New York Times. This was an op-ed that I'm honestly surprised didn't go viral, because I thought it was quite something to behold, especially for people in this space. It's an op-ed by David Brooks. David Brooks, the ultimate square, David Brooks. What if we're the bad guys here? Now, he's a little bit vague in terms of what he's talking about here, but you can see from the opening kind of what he means. Donald Trump seems to get indicted on a weekly basis, yet he is utterly dominating his Republican rivals in the polls, and he is tied with Joe Biden in the general election surveys. Trump's poll numbers are stronger against Biden now than at any time in 2020. What's going on here? Why is this guy politically viable after all he's done? We anti-Trumpers often tell a story to explain that. It was encapsulated in a quote the University of North Carolina political scientist Mark Hetherington gave to my colleague Thomas B. Edsall recently. That would be a good paragraph for the FOP voice, right? Yeah. Republicans see a world changing around them uncomfortably fast, and they want it to slow down, maybe even take a step backward. But if you are a person of color, a woman who values gender equality, or an LGBT person, would you want to go back to 1963? I doubt it. So now he gets into what he means. In this story, we anti-Trumpers are the good guys, the forces of progress and enlightenment. The Trumpers are reactionary bigots and authoritarians. Many Republicans support Trump no matter what, according to this story, because at the end of the day, he's still the bigot in chief, the embodiment of their resentments, and that's what matters to them most. I partly agree with this story, but it's also a monument to elite self-satisfaction. So let me try another story on you. I ask you to try on a vantage point in which we anti-Trumpers are not the eternal good guys. In fact, we're the bad guys. So then he goes and he red pills the readers. This story begins in the 1960s when high school grads had to go off to fight in Vietnam, but the children of the educated class got college deferments. It's the whole fortunate son, right? It continues in the 1970s when the authorities imposed busing on working class areas in Boston, but not on the upscale communities like Wellesley, where they themselves lived. Now here he gets into some stuff.
That was very much like the Martha's Vineyard migrant caper.
Exactly.
That has to be one of the greatest. If Michael Moore still had the fucking balls, like that shot of them waving off the migrants going to the army base with, bye, and sending them off with their little juice boxes and, boxes of Kellogg's cornflakes. That is something that would show up in a classic Michael Moore movie about the hypocrisy of the liberal class. I don't think he has the balls to make that movie anymore. I think he's got too much Trump derangement syndrome to make.
I think that's probably right. But that is a good example. That's definitely a good example. We're not going to read this whole thing, but I will read a couple more key sections here. The ideal that we're all in this together was replaced with the reality that the educated class lives in a world up here and everyone else is forced into a world down there. Don't forget, this is David Brooks writing this, right? Members of our class are always publicly speaking out for the marginalized, but somehow we always end up building systems, yes, that serve ourselves. The most important of these systems is the modern meritocracy. We build an entire
sounds
social
like Thomas
order.
Frank.
Exactly. Yeah, he does. He says, we built an entire social order that sorts and excludes people on the basis of the quality that we possessed most, academic achievement. Then he goes on, the meritocracy isn't only a system of exclusion, it's an ethos. During his presidency, Barack Obama used the word smart in the context of his policies over 900 times. The implication was that anybody who disagreed with his policies and perhaps didn't go to Harvard Law must be stupid. He then goes on to talk about how entire professions have been filtered up to the elite and elite adjacent sort of sectors, including his own journalism, right? He does write a great deal about that. But I want to skip down here to some really great stuff. Like all elites, we talk about this all the time. Maybe David Brooks is a fan of the show. I don't know.
Surprise me.
Maybe Cyrus is actually David Brooks. Is Cyrus here tonight? Are you David Brooks, Cyrus? Is that where you get all that super chat money from? Are you one of these elites? Yeah. So here he goes. Like all elites, we use language and mores as tools to recognize one another and exclude others. Using words like problematic, cisgender, Latinx, and intersectional is a sure sign that you've got cultural capital coming out of your ears. That's what we say all the time. Yep. Meanwhile, members of the less educated classes have to walk on eggshells because they never know when we've changed the usage rules so that something that was sayable 5 years ago now gets you fired.
Or if you crack your knuckles on camera or something and they decide it's a white supremacist symbol
even
though you're Latino.
I've actually edited
That's a true story that happened to an electrical worker.
I've edited out portions of monologues that I've done based on hand signals that I'm like, oh, is that too close to the thing where you put your arm, you put your pointer and your thumb together? Yeah, exactly. But here, this is where it gets
okay.
Right, yeah, exactly. If you say so. So that last part was what Russell says all the time about how a lot of this woke signaling is class signaling. You're just signaling to someone else that you know the lingo, that you're in the club. It's not grounded in any sense of empathy or any sort of longing for a more just world. It's pure class and cultural signaling. So he echoes
that's why you can tell them all day, and I've had this experience. You could tell them, hey, you know, Latin people don't actually like Latinx. They've done multiple polls on this. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. The ones we talk to, the rich ones, right?
That's literally the response I've gotten. No, yes, they do. Right? Because AOC says it, right?
Right. Exactly. All right. So that piece really echoed a lot of what Russell says. Now I got to read the piece that echoes what I've said multiple times on this show. It's very, very gratifying to hear it from David Brooks, gratifying and vindicating at the same time. So he says, does this mean that I think the people in my class are vicious and evil? No. Most of us are earnest, kind, and public-spirited. Yeah, so you think. But we take for granted...
That's how they see themselves. Yeah.
Right, exactly. That's how they see themselves. But we take for granted and benefit from systems that have become oppressive. Now, this is what I say all the time. Elite institutions have become so politically progressive in part because the people in them want to feel good about themselves as they take part in systems that exclude and reject. That is almost word for word what I say. What do you learn at college? I say it all the time. You don't learn to change the system. You learn to process your guilt about benefiting from the system. That's what all the progressive indoctrination at universities is about. It's not about working towards correcting systemic failures. It's about bearing witness to systemic failures so that you can manage your own guilt about the fact that you are going through this institution in order to become a beneficiary of an unjust system.
Well, this is an old trick of the rich, maybe the oldest trick of the rich. There's clearly a certain level of psychological dissonance that comes with being rich and looking at people who are poor. And if you assume, as I do, that being a social animal, empathy is probably programmed into the species, along with other darker qualities. I mean, chimps make war. I'm not saying it's all cherries and rainbows, but there's definitely a genetic disposition in a social species particularly an advanced primate, towards empathy. So you have to square that circle for yourself. How do you live with being rich? And the most common tactic over time has been to cast the poor as morally flawed, to justify it to yourself by, considering them uncultured, uncivilized, barbaric, ultimately some variation of immoral. Now, with the loss of religious faith, they were at a loss for how to brand people immoral, right? Wokeness gave them a new religious frame by which to define people who don't have their privileges as immoral.
Exactly. That's exactly right. He goes on. We won't read the whole rest of it. It gets a little bit labored there, but he finishes here. As the sociologist E. Digby Baltzell wrote years ago, history is a graveyard of classes which have preferred caste privileges to leadership. That is the destiny our class is now flirting with. We can condemn the Trumpian populists until the cows come home, but the real question is, when will we stop behaving in ways that make Trumpism inevitable? Well, this is where I can answer that question for you, David Brooks. This was the answer that the Bernie people had in 2016, right? The answer to that question is you need something more than liberal capitalism. You need something more than that. As long as your answer to populism, right-wing populism, is just neoliberalism, capitalism that is sort of masked over with woke language, then that is no answer to Trumpian populism. It's no match for it. And so, it's kind of amazing reading that 7 years after, we were saying the exact same things, more or less, based on the exact same revelations about the system. Obviously, we're left-wing, and Brooks is obviously much more right-wing. But it's kind of interesting that he would frame it that way. Are we the bad guys here? Okay, well, if you think you're the bad guys now, but you're not a socialist, then it sounds like you are kind of ceding some moral high ground to those right-wing Trumpian populists, right? What other solution are you offering? He had a class analysis there. I don't see David Brooks switching parties anytime soon, or not even switching parties, but I don't see him, joining the Greens anytime soon. So what does he want? What does he think is going to happen? What is his prescription?
If anyone was going to write this article, it would be David Brooks. He has a long history of self-flagellating his PMC privileges. He wrote this article, I never forgot, after George Bush got elected, really pandering to his voting base and excoriating himself. It was very much to the effect, I may be an off-putting, sweaty, sock suspender wearing guy, and you know what? Because of that, I don't know what soybeans look like growing in the field the way that a Bush voter does. He literally said that. I don't know what soybeans. So what do I know about the politics of the country? What do I really know? Because people like me never saw George Bush coming. So he's always flirted with that, while at the same time being one of the most shameless hacks in Washington. This article was so infamous when I brought it up, you actually remembered it. George Bush basically proposed his glorified legal secretary for the Supreme Court, a woman named Harriet Miers, who in no way, shape, or form, even from a conservative perspective, was qualified to serve on that court. She made Clarence Thomas look like Clarence Darrow. Okay, she was absurd. So it was very obvious that they called on David Brooks as a friendly reporter to write a nice article arguing for her nomination, and she was so lacking in qualities to recommend her that he had to fall back on talking about grammar and punctuation. I shit you not. He talked about how, well, when you see legal decisions that are precise, that are, he was basically getting into the syntax will be good. if you nominate Myers. Like, you couldn't say anything about her legal thinking, her legal reasoning. It was basically the qualities that he suggested should put her on the Supreme Court were secretarial qualities. She'll keep everything very neat, very organized. If you put her on the court, that was the best he could do. And at the end, he has this. He actually closed it out with, and then you will know it is the Myers court. Wow, man! Like, he must have had to take a shower after he wrote that. Like, I can't believe gobbling George Bush's knob that deep. But he did it. So if there was anyone who was gonna write this very conflicted piece, what if we're the bad guys? It would have been David Brooks.
Well, it's funny because like that vision of the like salt of the earth, simple,
Right.
just Midwestern every man and every woman,
Right.
as the Bush voter back then, that was a much more benign version of that voter than what ended up incarnating in the Trump movement.
Sure.
Right? When George Bush was running, it's, these are just a bunch of like monogamous, God-fearing farmers, right? Who were offended by the president getting a blowjob in the Oval Office. That was the Bush movement, right? That sort of swept him in. The Trump movement was when those same people got very, very angry. And they showed a side of themselves that these guys weren't used to. So it was a little bit harder to sort of put themselves in their shoes. I'm talking about the David Brooks types. But it seems like they've come around to doing that in a way that just really, really struck me. I mean, he made points that we've been making on the show over and over again.
I'll say this. If they ever all get marched to the guillotine, David Brooks will be the one in line saying, "We should have seen this coming.
Yeah, we should have seen this
We
coming.
brought this on ourselves."
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Exactly. Where's Skill? Love Russell. So here's some dough. Thank you.
I've got to let in my significant other, such as it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
She's right at the door, though. I'll be gone for like a minute.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, let's try this, folks. Let's see how you can handle our commercial break graphic. We will be gone for no more than 1 minute. I will be back in 1 minute. But let's see how this works, folks. We made this just so if we need to take a quick break and come right back, we can. So we're going to try that right now. We'll be right back. Back. Beautiful. All right. I think we only lost 2 of them. That was good. That's a success.
All
Beautiful.
Right. Yep.
Our little bathroom break music in case we need to.
Should have done like a TV dinner ad or something.
Yeah, should have done a commercial.
We would have held the 2.
Exactly. All righty, folks. Let's take another couple of super chats, and then we have another headline. We have one more headline. We really have 2 more headlines, but the third one is really more of a segment. So we got plenty more show for everybody tonight. Mason Stone, thanks for the $1.99. Happy birthday, Russell. Wish I could give more. It's okay, Mason. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, indeed. Dave Dillerai, thanks for the $30. That's very generous of you, sir. A very happy birthday, Russell. You could put this towards some Thomas Frank Telethon operator headphones and a handy mic so you never have to move too far away from.
Yeah, what was up with that? Like, I'm sure that cat has the money to get himself. Like, that headset was like, if you go back and you watch our early shows.
Yeah, that was like Russell's first
That was the headset I had.
Exactly. It was a very, very, very good headset. That was like yours, indeed. Miss McMillan, thank you for the $20. Appreciate that. Happy birthday, Russell. Look at all this birthday love you're getting here. Beautiful. Big Cat's Corner noticed the same irony I did. Why don't you just go to China? Dong. Happy birthday, Russ. I noticed that as well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
you know, Leon actually, her father worked in China for years. She's been there twice, actually. She loved it there. She said it was great.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. She had a great
My
time.
uncle went there a lot.
She said the food was amazing.
Interesting.
And yeah, they have the squat toilets, but so does India.
Oh, yeah. Long story short, thanks for the $2. Brett chose Jimmy over you guys. What a shanda. You're talking about Brett Weinstein? No, Brett Weinstein was on the Jimmy Dore show. And I know that interview was probably, a lot of people were probably watching that. And like I said, we don't usually stream Sundays. We don't usually stream Mondays. I'm sorry. We usually stream Sundays. So we are up against Jimmy tonight. Although not really. I'm assuming his show is over by now. Because he starts a little before 6 o'clock. So he should be mostly, I think, ending as we're starting. Nicole Vance, thanks for the $10. Have to get to work. We'll leave this running and watch later. Happy birthday, Russell. Beautiful.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you.
We appreciate that very much. Dwayne, member chat, happy birthday. And I would also like to see a Grumbine interview. Yeah, maybe we can make that happen. Get a lot of recommendations for Steve Grumbine. So let's try it.
There's the MMT guy.
Yeah, indeed. Abiding, thanks for the 99 cents. We appreciate that very much. And Overdue, another $50. Another Singing Bowl, 3 Singing Bowls tonight. May you have at least partial relief from crushing despair on this your birthday from the International Jewish Button Cartel. Oh, is that my dad?
Oh, that's got to be your dad.
It's got to be because the Button Cartel. But he changed his name. Maybe that's my dad.
Well, yeah, I've got that in my video. I've got your dad.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Maybe. We don't know for sure because usually my dad just logs in under his name, but that could be. Could be.
No, yeah, that's definitely your dad because that's in the video. I said, Mr. Weiss.
Right, because he was giving out
very
buttons.
Very disappointed to see that you're part of the big Button Cartel. Everyone's a sellout.
There you go.
So we did a little bit. We worked a bit there.
Beautiful. Alrighty, so let's get on to headline number 2. We are having Shama Sawant on the program on Wednesday to talk about the UPS strike, amongst a couple other topics, but that's going to be one of the main ones because Workers Strike Back is urging the rank and file Teamsters to vote no on the tentative agreement to try and get even more than they've already gotten. However, the concessions that management has already made to labor are really, really sticking in the craw of Patrick Bet-David, who on his show went on this rant about how great it is to be a UPS preloader and a UPS driver. Now, this is a big finance guy. I don't know what the fuck how he made all his money, but this guy's worth tens and tens of millions of dollars. And now here he is really jealous of the UPS drivers and the UPS workers.
Average pay for a full-time employee.
Just so you guys know, this is sped up about 20% for time's sake.
Okay. What do you think is the average pay for a full-time employee now at UPS? Don't say anything, Tom. What do you think? UPS.
Hey, Vinny, what could Brown do for you? Give me the answer.
$55,000.
Okay, full-time, right?
Full-time. I'm assuming people want to kill them.
Not minimum wage. Average.
Average. The key word is average salary for a full-time employee.
You said 55? Well, I'm a huge fan of The Price is Right. I'm going 55-1.
55.
Okay. Well, first of all, you win. That was not a hard bet to do, but I'm going to tell you what it is.
Yes.
Okay, it's... Oh my God!
What?
I can't believe this is it.
Way higher.
Okay, what is the minimum wage right now, federal in America? What's
like
the minimum wage?
$7 or something.
$7.20. Okay.
Yeah.
Some states want to take you to 15. Okay. Right. All right. So full time, it's $49 an hour.
That's $100,000 a year,
guys.
That's $100,000 a year.
That's exactly what it is. The average full-time employee now at UPS gets paid 6-figure salary.
What?
Okay, pause it. First of all, that's clearly not even what it says. It says the average top rate is $49 an hour, meaning that is the maximum wage that you work yourself up to.
It's not the average rate. Yes.
It's not the average rate of a UPS worker. The average pay rate of a UPS worker is actually represented in the following graphic right here. Top earners, 102.5. So top earners peak out at around that $49. Right now, they're going to put the average top rate up to $49 per hour, but it is not the case that
show that again. Show that again.
Yeah,
that's all right. So the average is
62 grand. Right, the average is 62.
The 25th percentile. So that's the lowest starting out people, right?
Right.
39.5. Okay.
Exactly. So there's the actual breakdown. So no, the average Joe at UPS does not make 6 figures. That is the average top rate, meaning the maximum salary.
That's
All right,
the new.
Vinny, let's get out of here.
And the reason it's average is because you do get a lot of overtime when you work for UPS, right? You get a lot of overtime, especially during the busy seasons and things like that. So sometimes you make more than $100,000 a year driving a truck for 70 hours a week, lugging 50-pound boxes nonstop, you know, for all those hours. Sometimes you actually get to, I don't know, buy a house when you do that. Imagine driving a truck and owning a house. Imagine that. Imagine that. God,
get about the business of dying and cut down on the surplus population.
Exactly. So here he goes on.
What am I doing?
I'm gonna read this to you.
I quit after. Go. I'm leaving.
But hang on, you got to
all the haters in the chat that want me to leave. Bye. Bye.
Listen, CNBC, UPS, Teamster.
We can make twice that doing an idiotic podcast. So, I mean, what are you going somewhere for? What are you going somewhere for? Yeah, I think you got it pretty good. In that air-conditioned studio. I think these guys would last a combined 10 hours on a UPS truck. That's just my guess.
If that.
Yeah, if that.
It would be like the time I ran away and joined the circus. That's hard work, man. Unless you're out there doing the clown shit, like if you're a roustabout on a circus, that's not a joke, man. I almost lost my fingers the first fucking day, man. They were putting down the trailer hitch. It was coming down on my fucking fingers, man.
Yeah.
There's no safety coordinator out there when you're working on the circus. Like it's, you know, you got to pound those tent spikes in.
Yeah, no, hard work. Absolutely brutal.
It is.
Reach labor deal to avoid strike. Okay, yeah. UPS and Teamster Union reach a preliminary deal, $30 billion, covering 340,000 employees to avoid a strike. Existing part-time employees received a raise to at least $21 an hour part-time.
Part-time, $21 an hour part-time. You show up at 1 o'clock in the morning to a freezing cold warehouse to lug shit onto a truck nonstop with 1 10-minute break in the middle of the night. They want $21 an hour for that. Can you believe that? Like, how much lower should they get paid for that? Like, if you're Patrick, but like, what do you think? You want people to do that for $12 an hour, 13, 14?
Well, they do.
Yeah,
they do. They do.
When I was there, it was $14.50. That was our base.
Well, this is a throwback. I kept thinking of Atlas Shrugged when I was listening to this conversation. This is a mentality that entrepreneurs should use every tactic at their disposal to get the best price for the goods they bring to market. But labor, if they apply the same power to get the best price possible for their input, they're thieves.
Right, exactly, right.
They're thieves. They're vermin. They're vermin destroying the body politic, right? I mean, even if you accept the premise, which I think is kind of woven into the whole mindset of this conversation, well, then why shouldn't labor be able to force the best price that they can get? That's capitalism, right? I thought you believe in capitalism.
No, there's right, exactly, right. That's all that is. Business. That's business. Right.
Shouldn't they be able to negotiate the best price?
Business
That's just
is
business.
Right.
That's business. Why is it an assault on a? Why is it an assault on?
When guys in three-piece suits in
politic.
Midtown Manhattan negotiate from their BlackBerry or whatever, that's business. Right. When the working class negotiates, it's class warfare. That's how they paint
warfare. Exactly.
You know?
It's what you're really seeing here, and we'll see it again. Very similar mindset with Kramer. We have set back American society largely to the Gilded Age. That was why we had unions. We dismantled the unions, and we've recreated the conditions that led to unions, that led to sit-down strikes. We've gone so far back that they have forgotten the whole idea of living in a world where working-class people can afford a decent living. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point.
Right, exactly.
All of your conservative paeans to a bygone America that was better. That's why it was better, jerk off. It was better because assholes like you weren't in charge. Right. The workers, through much effort, not over days, months, years, decades, had won a decent life for working class people. What you're describing, that somebody at the top and UPS is earning $100,000 a year, that's how it was before Reagan. Like working class occupations were pretty good.
That's why you can support a family on a single income.
That's
on
it.
one income.
That's
Exactly.
it. So on the one hand, fucking conservative weasels like this will talk about how they want to bring back that America, but they'll only talk culture war. They'll only focus on what the culture was like. The reason things were so much better for Americans then was because the kinds of policies reflected in the contract that the UPS workers are fighting for was commonplace. That was a typical working class labor arrangement. And you know where that money's going to have to come out of? The fucking executives and the CEOs who have funneled. It's not that the money's not there. It's not that these companies are going to collapse if you give this to these workers. Yeah, someone's going to have to pay management.
Right, of course. Of course.
Part-time is getting paid $21 an hour, while full-time employees were average $49 an hour. Current workers get an additional $275 raise an hour per year and an additional $750 hour over 5-year contract, which means if you've been over 5 years, the contract over 5 years, you're getting paid $57 an hour is what you're getting paid. The deal
that's not what that means. That's not what that means. You work your way up to the 49 at the top. They're saying you lock in $750 an hour over 5 years, which is not great. They should get more than that. That's why there's some organizing going on to try and get a no vote. But even the concession, even this first agreement is too left wing for his taste.
Includes ending mandatory overtime for drivers.
Oh yeah, good. We made it. Welcome, 669 in the YouTube chat. Got about 100 over there on Rumble as Jake is keeping me informed. Give a round of applause to Jake, our producer in the booth. Woo! Thank you, Jake, very much for being here tonight, as always. All right, let's keep going.
Days off. You're getting paid $57 an hour is what you're getting paid. The deal includes ending mandatory overtime for drivers' days off and needs worker ratification. In contrast, FedEx pilots rejected a tentative labor deal with 57% voting against it.
Pat, I'm sorry that I'm on my phone because I'm just getting texts from Deli and everybody in production. They all just walked out and they're all going to UPS. Everybody just quit.
Yeah. So what is the most shocking thing about this? You thought the number would be way lower. You thought that they don't deserve this amount. What is it that shocked you?
I mean, you were shocked. You
I was,
said 55,000. So what were you shocked about?
Yeah, I'm shocked by the number. Yes.
Well, how much would they have to pay you, Vinny, to wear the brown shorts and drive a truck with no door and a flimsy seatbelt?
It's exactly 2 times.
Guys,
can we have a serious conversation?
Sorry.
It's exactly 2 times what you guessed. Okay.
Yeah.
You said 55. It's $101,000. Okay, give or take.
That's average. Does that factor in CEO? Is that factor in? Okay.
No. That's the Teamsters contract. See, not the brightest either. That's the drivers and the part-timers. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about Teamsters Union. The CEO is not in the Teamsters Union. The CEO is for UPS, and then the union manages the employees. That's what a union is. that's the whole point of it, right? So he is just a little bit confused as to what they're talking about. But yeah, as you can see, they're very, very bewildered at the idea that this union is making it so that, or trying to make it so that people can work at UPS and live without having to go get another job. Like the idea of one person, one job.
How dare they?
Owning a house. Like this is something that we used to call the American dream. And they are just seemingly just flabbergasted, just so shocked that this union is actually trying to make that possible, trying to actually make that a reality. Like, it just shows how far we've fallen. Right?
Yes.
That like this is so from outer space. What do you mean? You work part-time and you get $20 an hour? Like what? It's unheard of.
You're not constantly living in a state of fear and stress, worrying about how you're going to eat, how you're going to pay your rent. You're not constantly living under threat of eviction. Oh, that's horrible. That's
and the
terrible.
thing these guys
how
don't
dare
get
they?
is, for $21 an hour, a lot of these workers are still living with those same anxieties and fears that you talked about, even at 21. But they can't even believe that.
Oh yeah, sure. But they don't even really think the full-time workers should be living in a decent way. Right. That's what this reflects. When you talk about so clearly they think $50,000 would be like fair pay, right? That's what they guess. That's what they think would be fair pay. How can you live and raise a family on that in America today? That's not a lot of money. $50,000 is not a lot of money.
It's nothing.
No. Especially
given the workload.
these conservatives, they're supposedly they have these fucking family values. Well, how do you expect people to have families under those circumstances?
Right. A lot of UPS drivers don't have families. The divorce rate amongst UPS drivers is through the roof because of all the hours they work. It's not conducive to a family life. So they sacrifice a lot, including their health. A lot of UPS workers who drive these trucks all day, a lot of them can't make it to the point where they reach that $49 mark. Their body gives out. It's extremely demanding physical work. All right, we're almost
and when you got all that repetitive stress on your body, we talked about this the last time this came up. Your body's not meant to do that stuff. Your body's not meant to just repetitively do these kinds of motions and lift boxes. Forget about the Amazon workers. That is the fucking people who conceive that should go to jail. They should go to jail and have to run Amazon boxes in jail all day.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Full-time employees, it's $49 an hour.
That's great.
That's insane for this to take place. Okay, so now
it's
you say
insane
that's
for
great.
this to take
Guess what
place.
it means? Okay. Yes, it's great. By the way, we can make that $490 an hour.
This
What does it
gets
cost
dumber.
to ship something?
Yes.
Okay, that's where the money comes from.
Okay, this is where it gets really just insanely dumb. So he says, okay, so now they're getting $49 an hour. Let's say we raise it 10 times that. Let's say we give them $490 an hour. Look at the math he does now.
He's going to have to pay more.
You are paying the raise. They're not paying the raise. You're paying the raise. So to us,
So he's saying the customer is paying the raise. You're going to have to pay the raise because they're going to have to raise prices as a proportion to the wage increase.
Right. And cutting executive pay, it never even crosses his fucking mind. It never even occurs to him.
CEO of UPS made $19 million last year. That's actually down from $26 million the year prior. But even discounting executive pay, look at the ludicrous math he does here.
If the consumer, what does it cost right now, Rob? Go and see what it costs to ship a regular item. Just go prices at UPS
like
to
literally
ship anything. Okay,
seventh
prices
grader
at UPS to ship anything. Let's just see what it comes up. Okay, zoom in.
This way.
All right, so zoom in. Okay, right there. So check this out. 1 pound is $8.44. Okay, 2 to 4 business days. 2 pounds, $9.96. Okay, guess what? Now, what if they say, well, we want it to go to $490 an hour? We can make that happen. We just got to make it $88 a pound.
No. Okay, so what he's saying there is if we multiply wages by 10, we have to multiply prices by 10, which is, of course, absolutely ludicrous. All right, there are states that have raised the minimum wage to such drastic amounts that effectively like doubled the McDonald's workers' salary. Right. Did the price of a Big Mac double? No. Are they going to raise the prices 10 times if you do a 10 times wage increase? No. Why? The most basic thing in the world. You have way more customers than employees. And so you do not have to raise prices at the same rate that you would raise wages. UPS has 340,000 workers. Those workers work, an average of about 40 hours a week, right? Because the part-timers work a little less, the drivers work a bit more. Right. So you have 340,000 workers working 2,000 hours a year. So that's 680 million labor hours, right? You have 680 million labor hours. So in order to before you even think of, cutting CEO pay, right? In order for the price increase to match that, you'd have to match the exact number of parcels shipped, right? For every labor hour, there's a package shipped. Right. Well, guess how many parcels UPS services in 1 year? 25 billion. 25 billion parcels a year. Only 680 million labor hours. That's why price increases do not happen at the same mathematical rate as wage increases. So no, even if you assume you don't cut executive pay or CEO pay or anything like that, just leave the executives out of it for a moment. The math is just so juvenile. It's just so ludicrous. It's amazing.
Well, this is, we have some people say, why do you attack people on the left? I've said this from the beginning. I have contempt for a lot of people on the left. People like this are beneath contempt. That's why I don't bring it up a lot. It's so fucking stupid. It's like, why would I even talk about it?
And, this guy should really stick to trolling Anthony Weiner. He's the same guy who trolled Anthony Weiner. He was good at that.
He was good at that.
Good at that. Yeah. This not so much. I mean, anybody who gets an economic perspective from this, it's just so ludicrous.
Well, and it's very typical of the kind of thing that people got fed. You know, he's got his little podcast going on. It's like a Fox News segment. You know, this is why you have so many people who would benefit from left economics who will be walking around talking anti-union shit. Or they did. I think this act has gotten old as people have seen their towns collapse around them, right? But there was, 10 years ago, you'd have all these working class people. Yeah, what do you want to join a union for? Because that was what they heard on the Fox News, right?
Right.
It's this line.
All right, here comes the cherry on top in just a moment.
So this idea of, day one, hey, consumer, you lost. Yep. Okay, because it's coming to you. And Tom,
it's coming to you, right? They're gonna raise. I mean, just
very interesting point as well. For some of you guys that purchase Amazon, what's going to happen with Amazon, Tom?
What do we think is going to happen to Amazon Prime when the renewal comes to your credit card?
Okay, this is hilarious. So Patrick Bet David just said, well, if you raise wages by 10 times, they're going to have to raise the price 10 times. So now he's saying, what's going to happen at Amazon now that the Amazon workers are starting to get a little more?
Tom has a very interesting point as well.
And this winds up being a big cell phone, too.
Huge cell phone, right.
Some of you guys that purchase Amazon, what's going to happen with Amazon, Tom?
What do we think is going to happen to Amazon Prime when the renewal comes to your credit card? I bet it's going to be up $6, $8, $10. It's got.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Really?
I thought it was going to triple. I thought it was going to be 4 times the amount.
So you can give a living wage to hundreds of thousands of people in exchange for raising Amazon Prime a few dollars?
A year, a few dollars a year, by $6 a year.
A year.
It's going to cost the consumer another $10 a year. Yeah.
You can afford Amazon Prime. Right? You can afford Amazon Prime. So chances are, if you have Amazon Prime, the extra $6 to $8 a year is not make or breaking your household finances, right?
No, it's not going to affect whether you spring for Amazon Prime. Just like an extra 10 cents for a Big Mac, which they might have to charge in order to pay the workers more, is not going to make or break someone's decision to buy a Big Mac. So this guy just gets done saying, well, now it's going to cost $80 to ship a box. Hey, what's going to happen on Amazon? Yeah, they'll raise prices by $8 a year. It's just like insanity. I forgot about that. The real cherry on top is coming after.
Of course. How can it not?
They have to collect that money from somewhere.
It's coming from
somewhere. They have to collect the money from somewhere. They'll charge the customer $6 a year extra. Yeah.
Now, the difference is...
maybe Bezos will go at a loss next year for the consumer.
But the difference is Bezos has fought tooth and nails to avoid union as much as he can because he knows what's going to happen here. I did a poll the other day, Rob. Can you pull up Twitter and go to my Twitter account and you'll see the part where I polled union. Is union a net positive to society or a net negative to society? I think around 18,000 people voted, and here's what the results were. It should be the next one. Zoom in right there. Yeah,
18,000 people who respect your opinion voted. And guess what? Amongst people who respect your opinions... 68% have a net negative view, which is actually low considering how dumb your show is. I'm surprised 95% of your listeners are not anti-union.
Most people who have watched me offer these kinds of opinions who didn't decide to start watching something else are anti-union.
Are anti-union.
Shocker.
Most people who like me are anti-union. Yeah, that's quite the scientific survey you did there.
Sean Hannity did a poll on unions. Had a very similar outcome. Shocker.
Donald Trump did a poll. Is immigration a net positive or net negative? It turned out 80% said it was a net negative.
Which lines up right with the opinions of the American people. Because his base is a melting pot that's right in the center of American opinion.
Right. Just amazing. Just amazing. That was fun. We haven't done like an extended video takedown in a while. I feel like those are fun to do every once in a while. But
that was like Ayn Rand after a year of shock treatment might do that segment.
You're right. Exactly. Let's take some more super chats here. But while we do, we are on a bit of a game break. So, folks, if you really want to make Russell's birthday a great day, the best way to do it is to become a member of patreon.com/DueDissidence. And you can support us there. You get your name up in lights. You get call-in access to these streams. And you also get exclusive access to our 2 exclusive supporter-only live streams per month, which we do over on Rumble. We have been warned by YouTube, and so as much as we love the super chats, we cannot take them for granted. We have to build the show around the subscription model, so if you can sign up at patreon.com or DueDissidence.substack.com, it really does help a tremendous amount. That guarantees that the show will go on no matter what happens to us on any of these censorious big tech platforms. You have anything to add to that pitch, birthday boy?
Also, Keaton is saving for a flush toilet. He doesn't want his kids to grow up like he did.
Yeah,
exactly. The button business does not pay as well as you might think, although Mr. Weiss is a lovely man who wasn't really able to provide the amenities of indoor plumbing to his family. So Keaton is working on that for his kids. So become a Patreon member so that his children get to learn the pleasures of flushing the toilet.
Of flushing a toilet. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Well said, sir. Tusker, thanks for the birthday wish. Happy birthday, Russell, says Tusker. Thank you for the donation.
Thank you, Tusker. Thank you.
That is very kind of you.
I showed her I showed her the communist I was talking to. She knew him.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, it's like they say it's a cliche when you're like, oh, I have a friend who's a communist, and they're always like, what do you think, we all know each other?
Right, yeah.
But apparently they do.
Apparently they do. Kinky, $2 for a Kanish to go, Russell. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
Beautiful.
you.
China Shill. Happy birthday, Russell. I'll put in a good word with she when I get back. Beautiful. Excellent. Thank you, China Shill.
Listen, man, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it because I said some nice things. But actually, what you told me, because her father still has contacts in China. He worked there for years. And from what they're saying, like, it changed. That wasn't why he left. His contract was over with the company he was working with. But they've become, the word he's getting is that they've become much more repressive and much more authoritarian than they were when he was there. Take it as
interesting. That's Liat's father? Okay.
Yeah.
Peter Mormon.
Now I just blew his opportunity to go back there. He'll never be able to go back there again. They're going to put him in a cell with the bright lights and ask him questions if he does.
Peter Mormon says, thanks for the $4.99, Peter. Happy birthday, Russell. Just upgraded to the highest tier on the Patreon. Appreciate everything you and Keaton do. Well, thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
By the way, folks, if you are signed up at Patreon for the $15 or $30 a month tier, you get a DueDissidence t-shirt. Those t-shirts are going out now. So if you have not sent me your t-shirt size and your mailing address and you're signed up for 15 or 30 or 50 on the Patreon, message me through Patreon your mailing address and your shirt size. And we are getting those out to you right now, and we have a few more designs that we want to work out, and then we'll put the shop online through YouTube, so you guys will be able to get your hands on that merch. We'll have the merch store open definitely in time for Christmas. Definitely in time for Christmas, because that's the best gift you can give, obviously. Nothing's going to be more crushing.
You just reminded me of Christmas. So if you don't like my music is still here, yeah, man, Kinks. Kinks keyboardist died. I love the Kinks. I'm trying to put together for Christmas a rendition of Father Christmas with me, Keaton, and maybe some other people in the alternative music space.
That'll be fun. A little Christmas carol, a little dissident Christmas carol.
Yeah.
You know who else died today? William Friedkin, the director.
Did he? Yeah, The Exorcist.
Yep, he was 87. 87, he was old. Tusker, thanks for the $2. The air purifier commercials next. I know Jimmy's been trying to move those air purifiers. It's funny.
Is he doing commercials?
Yeah, he did some greens, green supplement for a while. Now he's doing the air purifier.
I did not know he's doing commercials.
Yeah.
I thought that was I've never seen anyone. I mean, I don't get around as much as you do. I've never seen anyone in the left alternative space do commercials. Conservatives, they're like, business oriented. It doesn't mess with their brand. Like, they're all about that.
Well, conservatives have to, because, and Jimmy to a certain extent runs the risk of getting shut down. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you are edgy enough where you can be shut down, then you kind of have to do those, because that becomes your failsafe. Like, one of the reasons we need you guys to go sign up at Patreon is so that if we ever get, monetization turned off, or if we ever get a bag thrown over our head and, relegated to one of these alternative platforms, we have to be able to keep the show going, which we can't do for free. Humble button boy that I am, and tour guide that Russell is. So that's why it's really important. As much as we do love the super chats, don't get us wrong, they're great while they last, and they help a tremendous amount. We wouldn't be able to do the show without them. The best way to support the show is Patreon and Substack. So if you can do that, please make Russell's day and do that. Robert Penner became a member of the channel. Thank you, Robert. Robert was also at the
He was there
rally.
helping out like he always does.
Yep. By the way, folks, for those who don't know, we did a live stream of that rally over on Rumble. We made that a Rumble exclusive. And so if you want to check out the rally, check out a rally replay and see some footage of Russ doing on-the-ground reporting, you can go there. He is going to have some stuff. He is going to have some stuff, though, that he didn't live stream, that he pre-recorded, that we're going to show on Wednesday. So definitely more to come on that front. Dan Richmond, thanks for the $5. From one altar conquer to another. Felice Jupianos. Also, what's your favorite Iron Maiden record and why? Is it Power Slave?
No, Peace of Mind is my favorite Iron Maiden album. I've always loved the Peace of Mind track, but that is the album with Rime of the Ancient Mariner that I feel is Iron Maiden's Beethoven's Ninth. It's their masterpiece.
Yeah, I don't know much Iron Maiden. I really don't. Like that era was not that's just not a musical era that I've explored very much.
It's actually a tradition of mine, which I haven't gotten to exercise in a very long time. I do the same thing every opening night that I did my very first opening night when I was 16 and I directed my first show. I put on the same Dio shirt that I was wearing that night, and I blast Rime of the Ancient Mariner before I go to the theater.
Yeah, that's a good tradition. It's good to have a pre-show ritual. I find that always helps.
That is mine. That is mine.
Char2419 over on Rumble. Thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. Said, also, you guys are amazing. Love the work. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Bonzo Beans over on Rumble says, you guys have the best music by a long shot. Yeah, I put together a little funk soundtrack this evening. Changed up the intro music a bit. So hope you guys dug that. Russell, we got another singing bowl coming out. A big one.
Snap.
$100.
Oh, damn, yo.
From Ian Manxor. Thank you,
Thank
Ian.
you, Ian.
That's very generous. Happy birthday, and thank you for providing sanity and humor. Well, thank you, sir. We are glad to have you as an audience member. Really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much.
You know, it's funny. You don't like my music, brought up Judas Priest. If you watch on Wednesday, Judas Priest, believe it or not, comes up in my conversation with the communists. I shit you not. We talked about Judas Priest. So tune in Wednesday. That's very funny that you brought up Judas Priest because it doesn't come up a lot these days, but it did in that conversation.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. Russ got a lot of footage, so that'll be a lot of fun. What specific audience relates to the PBD podcast? I mean, I guess he's more of a libertarian.
It's like
type,
an investment channel, somebody was saying.
I don't know what they do. I mean, it's a political commentary channel.
Honestly, I didn't even know about it until you pulled it for the wiener bit.
You know what was funny? I wish I had this. In fact, I can get this. Russell, do you want to take another super chat while I pull this up? This is worth me pulling up for a second.
How do I do it? I don't even know.
Oh, you just go to the starred section and just put them on. Here, never mind. I have it. So this is Patrick Bet David. He appeared on Joe Rogan recently, and it was episode 2016. And I guess he thought that was funny because that was the year of a pivotal election. So he tweets out, what are the chances of the episode number being 2016? And so I replied, I'm going to say 1 in 2016. that's the odds. Those are the chances. Yeah, that's the caliber of analysis that you're getting over there. Robert Penner, I love these math analyses. More, please. Yes, that's what we do here. Comedy, politics, pop culture, math.
Math.
Exactly. Math.
It was my understanding there would be no math on this test.
You believe that guy? What are the odds that would be on episode 2016?
Hang on. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariners on Power Slave? No. Is it? I'm going to look that up, motherfucker. All right, keep going. I'm kind of jumping ahead.
All right. Well, we'll do a couple more, and then we have more show to do. But you guys are keeping us up with all this generosity. Thank you so much. Harrison, friend of the show, thanks for the $4.99, says, Russell, we are birthday brothers. Happy birthday, my friend. So he's got a birthday too. Yeah. So happy birthday to you.
Wow. You know what, man? He's right. He's right.
Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner.
I always thought, because, these days you just listen to the track. So back then, I owned both of those albums. Today, I'm just listening to that track on a computer. I'm not listening to it in the context of an album. So I just assumed it had been on Peace of Mind. But no, he's right. It was on Power Slave.
There you go. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to here, this most recent super chat from Dan Richmond. Jesus, you're making me pay again.
You're right.
To tell you it's on Power Slave. All right, beautiful. Well, good catch. Good catch, man. Sharp.
But as I recall, and this might be part of why I think that, I wasn't crazy about the Power Slave album. So that is probably why in my brain I decided it must have been on the Peace of Mind album, which I liked much better as an album. Like, I really didn't like Power Slave. I just really liked that track.
Interesting. All right, folks. Well, we're going to take some more super chats in a little bit, but let's go to our next story here. So, as UPS workers vote on their contract, that vote has started. It will end on August 22nd. There is another mass labor action brewing at the United Auto Workers Union, whose master agreement with the three major auto companies, Ford, GM, and Stellantis, which I guess is formerly Chrysler, is set to expire in mid-September, September 14th. Now, the union is demanding double-digit pay raises, an end to tiered employment, and the right to strike over potential future plant closures. So newly elected UAW President Shawn Fain was elected on a reform slate of leaders within the UAW whose campaign slogan was no corruption, no concessions, and no tiers. So here is a clip of his speech after winning his union race. This is back in March of this year. Here's some rhetoric from UAW President Shawn Fain.
This week I've heard some talk about what we can't do, about what the law says, or about this or that subject of bargaining, and the law has its place. But the UAW wasn't founded by asking for permission.
Sounds Russian to me.
The founders of this union didn't wait for the law. They didn't worry about the law. They wanted their dignity, and they wanted their fair share, and they did what the hell they had to do to get it.
Did Putin interfere in this union vote?
The companies we deal with do not feel bound by the law.
Did he hack the vote?
Ask a Starbucks worker who's been fired for organizing. Ask a Volkswagen worker in Tennessee whose boss threatened to close the plant if they unionized. Employers don't give a damn about breaking the law if it serves their interest. We've got to aspire to the spirit of our union's founders and the sit-down strikers and the civil rights movement. They knew there's no law that can hold back a united working class.
So that sounds like a union leader, right? Kind of a little bit of a throwback.
Kicking it old school, man.
Kicking it old school.
You almost expect him to have a meeting with Rosselli on the side over there.
Right. Exactly. Well, that kind of rhetoric, especially as a potential strike date looms and nears, does not sit well with CNBC's Jim Cramer. And so let's hear Jim Cramer's take on Shawn Fain and why he's getting very, very worried that the rank and file and the auto companies are going to have a bit of a more difficult time reaching an agreement in this case than they did in UPS's case. Let's hear.
Just remember before we even get into this, this is the man who called people silly the week before Lehman Brothers collapsed for considering selling the stock. This is the man who called Bankman-Fried the next JP Morgan. and this is the man who, in one of the cringiest interviews in the history of interviews, called Elizabeth Holmes the next Steve Jobs. Exactly. And he was also pumping Silicon Valley Bank a few days before they collapsed. That was his most recent greatest hits. However, the inverse Kramer, the ETF that is built around doing exactly the opposite of what Jim Cramer says for you to do, is beating the market this year, as it does pretty much every year.
Every time I hear inverse Kramer, I think it's a Seinfeld-inspired sex move. You know, the inverse Kramer.
I would hate to imagine, and so would most Americans, what an inverse Kramer sex move would look like.
Well, luckily we won't have to imagine too much longer because we're going to get back to the content. Let's hear Jim Cramer talking about Shawn Fain.
I want you to compare the labor negotiations here to the ones in auto, where I think there's going to be a strike, and I think it's going to be horrible.
You're making that call
September
today?
14. I think they're going to strike. Shawn Fain, the guy who runs the UAW, I find him frightening.
And Teamsters UPS didn't give you any solace.
I find him frightening. Yeah, he wants money for his members. He wants his members to have a good life.
Little Kip tribute, as you should.
As you should, exactly.
Teamsters turned out to be get a good deal.
He's talking about the
Teamsters
UPS
historically
now.
very powerful union, rich union. But the UAW leader won. There was a very contested vote between the company, the union that wants to work with the autos together.
By the way, his ticket, his slate, that's what they call it in the union races, won every seat. So I don't know. He's saying it was a close vote. I don't know how close it was. I'm sure it was contentious because I'm sure there's a lot of money that goes into the sellout side, right? But Shawn Fain's slate did very, very well. They won, I think, all 7 seats. I believe I'm right about that.
It really is. It's a throwback to when labor actually did something, right? Actually fought for its workers. And again, this was the argument that was used against unions, that they're making American business uncompetitive. You may not remember this. You may know about it. There was this Japan hysteria in the 80s that the Japanese, with their management techniques and their discipline, they were going to just completely dominate us, that they were going to destroy us, that Americans had grown too lazy and the Japanese were just eating our lunch. Symbolically, people lost their minds when a Japanese company bought Rockefeller Center, right? Because it's this iconic American landmark, Rockefeller Center, owned by the Japanese. It definitely had strains of this periodic phobia of Asians that we have a long history of popping up, not just in the United States. We have our brand of it. There's a general Western periodic phobia about being overrun by the Asian hordes, so to speak. There was definitely some of that kind of racial animus in this moment. That was a lot of what they used, what Reagan used to destroy the unions. There was this kind of specifically Japan phobia that was running rampant in the 80s that was really played up in the press. So that was a lot of how we got to where we are now, but it was all bullshit. The American companies were profitable. It's not like these American companies were going bankrupt, but they made it sound that way. They made it sound that was part of how they turned the American public against the unions. Go back and watch. Okay, somebody help me in the chat. It's not coming to me off the top of my head. They made a movie with Michael Keaton and Norman Went about Japanese people coming in and taking over an American car factory and how the American workers couldn't keep up with the Japanese management techniques. It was a comedy. I can't remember the name of this. Somebody in our audience will remember. But that kind of propaganda was really rife in the 80s. It was a big part of how they took apart unions and turned the public against unions.
Well, this guy has fondness for the Reagan-era unions, as we will see in just a couple of minutes. But
Gung-ho.
Gung-ho.
I knew one of our guys would get it.
Some jobs and give the elder people a good pay. And then this man, Sean, who is just talking about capitalism and the nature of capitalism and how it's really hurt workers. This is very Walter Reuther language. It's the kind of language that when we had in this country, we'll take you down if you don't play ball. That's the language I'm hearing from UAW. Yep. And look, I mean, it's the kind of language where you just say, you know what, we should have built all our EVs in Mexico. It's that bad. I don't think people are paying enough attention. The man is, I'm not saying he's irrational. I'm saying he was elected in order to make it so that there's a very short week to find benefit back. And then the notion that, that we're fat cats. The shareholders are fat cats. And
why would they think that?
He's calling us fat cats.
Why would they think that? What is it? I've got to look up the exact number. I think it's a very small percentage of people who own most of the stocks. And yes, they're fucking fat cats.
Of course you're fat.
Like you, Jim.
Like you. Look where you're sitting. Look where you're sitting. Well, you want to go fucking make a car? You're sitting there in an air-conditioned studio in your fancy suit, betting on companies to succeed and fail. Even if you weren't on TV, you'd be making 20 times in a year what these people who bust their asses 50 hours a week make in the middle of the country making the fucking cars. And he's saying, well, you know, this is why we should have just made all EVs in Mexico. Could you believe that? I mean, could you believe that? It's incredible. It's just absolutely.
This is the kind of talk that you heard before American towns were meth-addicted hellholes.
Right, exactly. That's what he's talking about. This is another version of the Patrick Bet-David thing, although this is on TV. Here we go.
Rewarded. We haven't seen this. He's class warfare. And it's very shocking to hear class warfare.
I remember.
Very shocking to hear class warfare. Not shocking at all. It's shocking for you to hear it directed at you. It's shocking for rich people to hear poor and working class people demand more of them. Yeah, I can understand you being shocked by that because you don't hear it very often. But the workers have heard a whole lot of class warfare for their whole lives, and they've felt it too. They haven't just heard it.
Hey, Warren Buffett said it. He said, sure, there's a class war, and it's my side that's winning it.
Yes, our class is winning. Our class is winning.
Jim Cramer a while ago who lamented the shift from capital to labor. I'm sorry, from labor to capital over the last 30 years.
Well, I always felt that the middle class benefited from unions. I've been a union member, twice union member, and I always felt that...
What union you from? The International Brotherhood of Functioning Alcoholics? That's the Jim Cramer's union. It's probably from some like performance union, like AFTRA or something like that. When you go on TV, you probably have to join some showbiz union. Is probably what I would imagine.
Those are the unions he would be in.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
surprised he's not out on strike.
Well.
Scab. He's a scab.
I never felt that we had to destroy the people that we were.
Union.
It's probably a different one. Yeah. No, he's not an actor.
There's a
broadcaster or something like that. Some showbiz union. I'm sure that's what he's talking about.
Were fighting. I helped. I was part of a J.P. Stevens. It was at one point a great textile company. Stoppage. Tried to block them. And they went under, and I've always regretted that I was part of that because J.P. Stevens, we didn't want them to go under. We wanted them to, it was like Bond.
I would really like to know the details. What do you mean you were involved in a strike in a textile union? You were making rugs? Like what? In what capacity were you involved in this strike? Because I can't imagine you were involved in any textile union.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't get into any details here. We've got to do. I'm going to make it my business to research this
To figure that out.
What the fuck is he talking about? But this is what I mean. This is how they destroyed unions in the first place. Look at what he's doing. He's not saying it straight out, but he's saying basically, well, you know, if you ask for too much from these companies, they're going to go bankrupt.
Right.
These companies are sitting on hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in some cases, and we're living in a world where CEO pay is 500 times what a worker pay is. There's plenty of money in the system. It's just a question of how you distribute it.
Of course. Of course.
We just wanted them to talk. We didn't want them to die. And so I'm always very reluctant to see.
Well, you know, unions wouldn't be so militant if they weren't getting fucked so hard, right? You know, in the bygone era when workers could support themselves, yeah, they didn't want to take the company down because they felt that the relationship was working for them, right? When you completely destroy that, of course, there's going to be more labor militancy once we can generate the momentum to actually get that in action, in motion, right? Which we're starting to see now.
The union use such language that makes it feel like that it's zero sum. But I am pro-union because the unions, in the way that Ronald Reagan was pro-union, it's like, yeah, you want people to
pro-union. That should be a soundtrack.
Ronald Reagan's entire presidency was an assault on unions.
His presidency is defined as an assault on unions.
His opening pitch was to fire the air traffic controllers.
Yeah,
it's one of the things he's most known for.
Exactly. Most notorious union buster in the history of the White House.
Yeah, reluctant to see a union use such language that makes it feel like that it's zero sum. But I am pro-union because the unions, in the way that Ronald Reagan was pro-union, it's like, yeah, you want people to do well.
You want people to do well.
How do you even say that?
I'm pro-union in the way Ronald Reagan was pro-union. Amazing. That is an all-time classic Jim Cramer segment. There are a lot of classic Cramer segments. That's one of them. That's on the Mount Rushmore of classic Cramer. I'm pro-union in the way that Ronald Reagan was pro-union.
We do need to pull that for a sound.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, now you can see
I'm kosher in the way that Tony Soprano was kosher. You know.
Only occasional cup of cola.
Yeah.
That is why the inverse Cramer is doing so well. This guy is a fucking moron. This guy is a complete moron. I saw somebody in the chat, I just happened to glance at it, said he called the financial crash in 2008. You can go back and you can look at the last Jim Cramer video we did a super cut of his greatest hits. You can go back and you can look at him going, "Don't sell Lehman. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. You're being silly." The whole fucking economy tanked the next week. So I don't know what bullshit he's telling his hapless viewers about what he did in 2008. You know what he did do after it crashed? The crash was well in progress. He tried to save some of his reputation by telling people to sell, which actually was terrible advice as well, because people who did that sold near the bottom and missed the rally. But he did come on later and tell people to sell, but he completely missed it coming.
Right. All right, let's go to some more super chats here. Thank you guys very much. Vidal Gomez, happy birthday, Russell.
Thank you, Vidal. Thank you.
Overdue. I don't know if this is my dad or not, but if it is, thank you, Dad. If not, thank you, Overdue, for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate that very, very much. Bryce Smith says, happy birthday, Russell. A lot of birthday love coming in for Russell Dobular. Well deserved. Keith Kamen, thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Caleb Tetro, can't wait to catch up, you guys. Did you hear Nick's point today on RBN about how RFK stands only focusing on COVID and ignoring Palestine? Very profound, in my opinion. Enjoy your nights, gentlemen. I may have seen, I saw some of their stream. I caught like the first, I think, like half hour of their stream. So I did see them talk about, they're having pasta on actually Wednesday. That should be a real fun episode. So I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. I did hear them talk about that, and I've talked about that with them on the post duopoly show. But yeah, no, I think that's well founded.
I spent a long time talking to one of the RFK stands at the rally, and actually he didn't agree on the COVID stuff. His issue was war, and he liked Kennedy's stance on Ukraine, and he felt that World War III is such an overriding issue. He actually said, and I'll probably keep this in the final cut, he said, I don't give a fuck about organic food or Palestine. Sometimes you just have to set those issues aside. He felt that was so I said, you're a one-issue voter, and he said no, but I mean, basically he was a one-issue voter.
Sounds like it. I mean, look, to me, I mean, you can't even begin to have that conversation until he has a chance to win, which he doesn't. So to me, like, you don't even
That was the first question I asked him.
Okay.
I said, so you think Kennedy's going all the way? He goes, yep. And I had a long conversation with him. This guy was a LaRouche guy. Because I said at one point, I was like, hang on, man, have you ever tried to run a candidate through the Democratic Party? And he was like, yes, many times, Lyndon LaRouche. I said, hang on, man. You tried to run Lyndon LaRouche, and you believe that you can run Robert F. Kennedy in the Democratic primary and win against their wishes? Why would you believe that? And I mean, what reasonable explanation could you give? Like whenever you ask them this stuff, it's like wish casting, you know. It's just, well, he's going to get so much momentum that okay, that's going to happen.
Well, I use that exact word myself, wish casting. Yeah. But speaking of Ukraine, a new CNN poll shows that support is slipping for the U.S. funding of the war in Ukraine. So we're just going to go straight to the main questions of the poll here. So this is SSRS. This was done for CNN. So do you think the United States should do more to stop Russian military actions in Ukraine, or has it already done enough? So in February of 2022, which is just days after the invasion, 62% said we should do more. 38% say we have done enough. Right now, as you can see, the majority answer that we have done enough, and only 48% answer that we should do more to stop Russian military action in Ukraine. On the big question, 15A at the bottom, do you think Congress should or should not authorize additional funding to support Ukraine in the war with Russia? So over the course of this previous month, July 1st to 31st, only 45% of Americans think we should authorize funding, and 55% we should not authorize any additional funding for the war in Ukraine. So you could see an overall momentum shift away from support for World War III, which is nice to see. And you could see on every metric, now these numbers are worrying, but they're not as worrying as they were in February of last year. So how worried are you that the war in Ukraine will, and then you insert item, how worried are you that the war in Ukraine will lead to Russian attacks elsewhere? In other words, how many people view this as really an expansionist war of the Russian Empire? 77% answered that they are worried in February of 2022. That is down to 64%. How worried are you that the war in Ukraine will lead to broader war in Europe? 80% answered they are worried in February 2022. Only 59% are worried now. How worried are you that the war in Ukraine will threaten U.S. national security? It's at 56% now, down from 72% when the war started. And so you can see amongst all these different categories, support is slipping. Now, I think those numbers are still too high, but you could see the narrative start to slip away. Now, what's interesting here is, of course, the partisan divide. So this is from the article that CNN did. They did a write-up about the findings of the poll where they get into this in a way that's just a little easier to read than it is to stare at the graphs more. So Democrats and Republicans far apart on how U.S. should help Ukraine. The survey finds broad partisan and ideological divides over how much the U.S. should be doing to assist Ukraine's efforts to push back the Russian military campaign. Republicans broadly say that Congress should not authorize new funding. 71% of Republicans say no new funding for Ukraine, and that the U.S. has done enough to help Ukraine. Among Democrats, most say the opposite. 62% favor additional funding. So you have only 29% of Republican voters favor funding World War III. 62% of Democratic voters favor funding World War III. That's amazing, but it gets worse. It gets worse. Within both parties, there are splits by ideology. On providing additional funding, liberal Democrats are far and away the most supportive. So progressive Democrats are the most supportive of funds for Ukraine. 74% of liberals, progressives, back it, compared with 51% of moderate or conservative Democrats. We did a segment on this last week, how the only 3 Democrats to vote for oversight of Ukraine funding were moderate Democrats. Sinema, who's technically an independent now, but she's basically a moderate Democrat for all intents and purposes. Then you had John Tester was one of the other ones, and then John Ossoff, swing state Georgia Democrat, vote for oversight. So it's the moderates who are the moderate Democrats. Shows like this exist to trash moderate Democrats. This whole space exists to trash moderate Democrats. Now we trash all Democrats. But at first we were like, okay, where are the Justice Democrats? We're the Squad. We're the Our Revolution Democrats. We're the Bernie Democrats. Now those Democrats are more likely to be war hawks than the shit-lib, neo-lib moderates. So talk about, not only are the parties upside down, the factions within the parties are switched around. Among Republicans, about 3/4 of conservatives oppose new funding, compared with 61% of moderate or liberal Republicans. So you have the moderate Republicans are more pro-war. You have the far-right Republicans are anti-war. The far-left Democrats are pro-war, and the moderate Democrats are anti-war. See how just chaotic that is? See what a just total breakdown in trends that is? It's an amazing poll. Independents mostly say the U.S. has done enough, 56, and that oppose additional funding, 55. So independents kind of define, they sort of balance out both parties and everything within. But just really, really fascinating numbers. How, who'd have thought the centrist Democrats are the more anti-war coalition within the party than the Squad? Amazing.
Well, because there are no progressives, really. There are no liberals in any true sense. All of that has been co-opted by institutional power and the establishment. And these people are at best useful idiots for establishment, corporate, institutional agendas. And as long as those are framed in terms of the kind of virtue signaling that David Brooks was talking about in our first segment, if you use a certain kind of language of virtue and decency and rightness and being on the side basically of the establishment, of the institutions, of the right, of the conventional wisdom, they've basically taken establishment agendas and reframed it as liberal virtue. That's how you wind up with a pro-war liberal class.
Yeah,
there are no.
That's liberals. A good way of putting it.
They're not liberals. They're just useful idiots for the establishment at best. Most of them are just trying to get theirs. They're just performers.
And they're brainwashed partisans too. And the fact that they're brainwashed partisans mean whatever the White House says, whatever the Democratic Party leadership says, they're going to be in lockstep. Whether you are, a liberal Katie Porter, Jamie Raskin type, or like a progressive AOC type, at this point they are party functionaries above all else. Whereas the moderate Democrats have to appeal to moderate voters. They have to appeal to independents. And that's it. That independents vote 55% no on more funding. If you're John Ossoff, if you're John Tester, if you're Kristen Sinema, you need those independents in order to win. Whereas a lot of the more progressive Democrats are in safer blue areas, so they can afford to just do whatever the party tells them to do.
Well, when I get on my Twitter feed, when I see a tweet from the squad, it's generally culture war bullshit. It's very little about economics. If they say anything about economics, it's vague. It's very I'm for good stuff and against bad stuff. You know, it's very non-specific. Today I responded to a tweet from Ayanna Pressley. We are introducing legislation to take gender out of the legal code. Thanks. That's what they sent you to office for.
You're
no,
right.
I mean that's what I mean. People are like, Jesus, man, I'd really like higher wages. But what we really need is to get rid of gender in the language of legal speak.
Right, exactly. Right. Not to say stall a corporate infrastructure bill until the progressive infrastructure bill passes alongside.
No, that wasn't what we had in mind.
No, that wasn't what we had in mind. We were taken off guard by that.
And the phrasing and the language of it is like, you know, this is a lunch counter protest in Selma in 1963. Like, God knows what kind of a brave and important stand they're taking by suggesting such a thing. Like anyone's even thinking about that. Like people are walking around like, you know, man, I don't like the he, she in the legal code.
Right. Exactly. Robert Penner. Yesterday was my third time hanging with Russ at a protest rally. Always a pleasure. Indeed. I'm sure you guys had a great time. You had a great day, great weather. Well, one of the nicest days of the whole summer, which was really a fluke because this summer we've had a lot of storms and a lot of really, really brutally hot days. Cool Blue just signed up as well on Patreon. Well, thank you, Cool Blue. That's beautiful. That's what we like to see. That's what we need to see.
Through, man.
That indeed. That is hugely important and hugely helpful. So thank you very much for helping to keep us afloat, as they say. Keith Kamen, thanks for the $4.99. Am I crazy to want assurances from Dr. West that he won't drop out? No, you're not crazy at all. We're going to get to that in a few moments. What would that do to the post-duopoly movement if he did? No, you're not crazy about that at all, and we will talk about that. That's our next segment, so I will save my answer for that, but it's a very good question. To answer your first question, though, to you, no, you're not crazy. I have the same worry myself sometimes. Janice Anderson, thanks for the $2. Peace of Mind had Flight of Icarus.
You know what? Since you brought it up, okay. So Peace of Mind compared to Power Slave, I mean, there's no comparison. Yes, their masterpiece was on Power Slave. But look at the track list on Peace of Mind. To Tame a Land, Revelations, The Trooper, Die With Your Boots On, Still Life, which was basically the Peace of Mind track, Where Eagles Dare, Sun and Steel, Quest for Fire, and Flight of Icarus. Now, that was an album. Come on, man.
Laugh, thanks for the €10. CNBC, etc. exists to excuse the privilege, their greed. Yes, investors are by definition people with so much money, they need to pay people to tell them what to do with all their unearned wealth. Happy birthday, Russell. Yes, I agree. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Gray Ghost.
Figuring out what I'm going to do with that 10 pounds.
Right, exactly. Gray Ghost, sharing how much I have left in savings. Well, don't do that.
Thanks, don't do that. Really, don't do that.
Don't empty your savings, for sure.
I'm in New York. I can always give a soapy hand job behind the bus station.
Exactly. Lots of clients on every block.
Don't give me your last dollar. In a pinch, wouldn't be the first time I turned up there.
Exactly. Cool Blue. U.S. auto companies are billion-dollar corporations. Also, Ronald Reagan was president of the Screen Actors Guild twice.
Oh, yeah.
1947-52. Yep. And 59-60. Indeed.
I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me.
Exactly. All right, now this is from my dad. Thanks for the $5. Keaton, you were part of the movement to block the MLB Players Union, yes, from striking in 1995. That was actually 1994, but close. We all have things to live down, yes. So the 1994 Major League Baseball Players strike, I was, 7 years old. I had just learned to love baseball. I became a baseball fan in 1993. The Yankees did not make the playoffs that year. The Toronto Blue Jays won the division and went on to win the World Series. But in 1994, the Yankees had a killer team, and I was very excited. And then the players went on strike. So that Yankee team never got to make the playoffs because there was no postseason. But yes, we actually did go to a Yankee game, and we did get a chant going, no strike, no way. That was the chant we got at Yankee Stadium. We actually made TV. I was 6 years old at the time, and my dad had the idea to protest against the player strike. Now, in retrospect, I don't feel as bad because Major League Baseball players are, the most obscenely overpaid people on earth, right? And I believe minor league baseball has its own players guild and its own contract system. I don't even know if they're unionized in the minor leagues. That's a good question. I never bothered to learn that. But I know Major League Baseball players are overpaid anyway. And I was a kid, so I wanted to watch baseball. So I just didn't want the players getting involved in anything that would block it. Maybe we should have protested the owners, but...
Fucking shell.
Maybe. Scab. Hey, but I mean, you actually could interpret that as us protesting the owners because we weren't chanting at the players. We were just saying no strike. So we could interpret that if we wanted to, just to maintain our cred.
Where the fuck did you get the balls?
We could insist to this day that we were actually applying pressure to the owners and not the Major League Baseball Players Union.
Yeah,
that's my story. I'll stick to it.
That's spin.
That's spin. That's what you call some good old-fashioned spin, indeed. Sandy M., happy birthday, Russell. Look at all these birthday wishes for Russell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Jorge Acosta, for the $4.99. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you very much, Jorge. We appreciate that very, very much. All righty, folks, let's go on to our next segment. We have 2 more segments to go before the night is over. So on Friday morning, August 4th, we had a poll from Emerson College, which is a very reputable poll, released a presidential election general poll out of the state of Michigan, a critical swing state in Michigan. They published 2 sets of results. One was Trump and Biden head-to-head. Those results were as follows. Trump 44, Biden 44, tied in Michigan. When they introduced Cornel West's name, Trump lost 1 point down to 43. Biden lost 3 points down to 41. So you had Trump 43, Biden 41, Cornel West 4 in Michigan. That same day, on Morning Joe, given that poll, the mood was quite somber. And so let's go to Morning Joe. As you could see, they're taking this threat quite seriously.
W. Bush would have never been elected. George W. Bush would have never been elected in 2000 without Ralph Nader. Donald Trump would have never been elected in 2016.
This guy looks like he's about to cry, whoever their guest is. You see his eyes? The guy looks like he's about to start weeping. Hold on. Let me play this again. I want to set the mood a little bit. This is Morning Joe talking about the potential spoiler candidacy of Cornel West.
George W. Bush would have never been elected in 2000 without Ralph Nader. Donald Trump would have never been elected in 2016 without Jill Stein. I'm wondering in 2024, will we be looking back saying Donald Trump would have never been reelected and continued his assault on American democracy, except for the candidacy of, say, Cornel West or a no labels candidate. Now, let's again just be clear. I feel like I have to say this. You talk to anybody no labels, they will tell you they have one goal, and that's keeping Donald Trump out of the White House. So we'll see what happens there. But let's just talk about Cornel West. How devastating is it if Cornel
They're talking like it's over already, like he already cost him the election. I mean, this is the freak out, folks. 16 months out. We have 16 months to go, right? 15 months.
Well, they're also saying Jill Stein cost Hillary the election as if this is an established fact. They never want to talk about the literally millions of two-time Obama voters that flipped to Trump.
Well, also, if we do the math, Trump lost 1 point when Cornel West was in the poll. Biden lost 3 when Cornel West was in the poll. West picked up 4. But 43 plus 41 is 88. Plus 4 is 92. So really, you only had 4 additional percentage of people answer yes, they would vote in that race. So in the Trump versus Biden match, it was 44 each, which equals 88. And then in the Trump versus Biden match, you have 43 and 41. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's wrong. It's up to 43C. Robert Penner jinxed me because he was praising my math skills.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
88. That's it. So it's the same percentage. So you still have 12% of the electorate saying none of those 3. You still have 12% there, right? And they don't seem to think about that, right? Where can they make inroads with those 12% who, even after factoring Cornel West in, are like, no, we're not going to vote.
2, 3, 4%.
For that, they would have to actually believe in democracy. They would actually have to believe in self-governance. They don't actually believe that. That's, you know, I wish we had had more time with him, but that's really what the upshot of Thomas Frank's whole body of work is. And particularly his last book, The People Know. This class has always believed that democracy is dangerous. Right. That democracy, the way democracy should function, that's what's so revelatory about that book. I would really recommend it. A lot of things that we think are kind of recent because our historical memory at best might go back to our parents. You know what I mean? Like we don't realize 100 years ago they were making these arguments. They see democracy as elites and professionally trained people tell people what the acceptable choices are, and they choose from that range of acceptability. When the people don't do that, they are behaving as an ignorant mob, and they are destroying the good planning of their betters, the experts, who they should be deferring to.
Exactly.
From Joe Biden in 2024.
Well, Joe, I think if he takes that 2 to 3%, it's going to be from the constituencies that we just talked about. And I think that could absolutely make the difference. Donald Trump will be elected or not reelected, I think, based upon no labels and Green Party's Cornel West. I don't think there's any question about his inability to get a majority of the American electorate and a majority of the Electoral College.
Well, that's pretty amazing that he would just come out and say right there, it's going to come down to no labels and the Greens. They're already conceding that no, there's nothing Joe Biden can do to galvanize support from disaffected voters. This is just going to come down
to be fair, I mean, there is.
Yeah, right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right. This is just going to come down to minuscule math at the margins.
Yeah, I mean, not anything that doesn't involve policy.
Right.
You know, actually doing things. You know, making marijuana legal, canceling student debts the way that he should have done it in the first place. You know, but he's not going to do any of that. In terms of propping up that fucking corpse at a podium and having him say something that changes anyone's mind, no, that's not available.
Exactly. And so what they are most concerned about is Joe Biden sort of losing key constituencies to the Greens in enough numbers to tip the scales. One of those constituencies is, of course, the black vote. And so the Morning Joe panel continues with an interview. Let's hear how they put this pretty plainly for a woke news network.
West, who by any measure is a pretty fringe candidate, but we all remember Jill Stein in 2016. If West even pulls off a sliver of voters, black voters in particular, that could be the difference in some of these states. So tell us, what's the Biden campaigns? Are they aware of this potential issue, and what's their plan to try to make sure they keep those voters in line?
Oh, what's the plan to make sure they keep those voters in line? Keep them in line? Keep them in line.
Well, you know, it's
not
funny.
Keep them in the tent, not keep them in the fold, right? Not keep them satisfied with the Democratic Party, right? Not keep them fulfilled, keep them taken care of, keep them feeling like they have a political home in the party. No, how do we keep them in line? Keep them in line. Keep them obedient. Keep them under our thumb. That's some pretty, I would say that's some pretty unwoke language for a woke lib network. I'll put it that way.
Well, see, this is the thing, and this is what people who are not within their bubble of permission will always point out. It's okay when we do it, because if someone formulated a sentence about black people that way on Fox, MSNBC would be covering that for a week. They would be demanding that person be fired. You say it on it, they won't even cover it. This won't even be a story. They're not going to mention that.
Right, exactly. Or if Cornel West even slipped up and says, I need to keep black voters in line behind me, they would go off on that. Right.
As long as you're in the club. See, and it really shows you because they hire from this very privileged upper class that does have very ingrained kind of systemic racist attitudes. They do. That's why I say, even though I attack intersectionality and a lot of these ideas as they function in the wild, it's not that I don't think there's anything to it. You know what? It's kind of, I feel the way I feel about those theories, the way I feel about Christianity. It's great on paper. I hate the church, right? Like a lot of those ideas, there's a lot to them. I'm talking about how they are being used by people in authority to manipulate perception and to secure their own power. That's really the issue. So whenever you get a guy like this saying the soft part loud, it's revealing. It's very much like when the Ukraine war started and you had the guy, look, this is a professional journalist who presumably is aware of all the proper cultural signals, who actually came out and said on TV, you know, it's amazing to see something like this happen here because they look like us.
Right.
It didn't even occur to him that he can't say that because that's how he really thinks. And nobody can lie 24 hours a day. At some point, the way you really think is going to come out.
It'll come through. Right.
That's how this person and a person like this very often really thinks.
Exactly. Exactly.
Certainly, strategists have raised concerns about third-party candidates, not just Cornel West, but also this no-labels candidates that we're hearing about. But I think the thing that the Biden world is banking on is Donald Trump. Their hope is that if he is, in fact, the nominee, that will galvanize people in the same way that it...
Right, so they're basically hoping that they can terrorize you into voting for them. Right? That's what they're saying.
Well,
they're saying,
what they
with the
always
Biden,
do.
they're hoping it's Donald Trump. So all this talk about what an existential threat Donald Trump is to the future of humanity, the future of democracy, they're just full of garbage. They want to run against Donald Trump. This is the Pied Piper strategy. Again, she's saying what the Biden administration is counting on is Donald Trump winning the nomination, and they're counting on being able to terrorize their voters into voting for him to keep Donald Trump out. That's the plan. The plan is to offer nothing and roll the dice with 4 more years of Trump again, despite all of the apocalyptic fear-mongering that we engage in about him 24/7 on this very network. The Democratic Party's hope is that Trump wins the nomination and they can scare enough of their voters into bending the knee.
Well, if you want to look at how little they ever believed what they said about Trump, and particularly Russiagate, if you have any doubt about whether, okay, they might have been wrong, but they actually believed it, at the height of Russiagate, the Democrats in Congress, led by Nancy Pelosi, voted to expand Donald Trump's spying powers.
Right.
If you think he's a Russian agent,
right, exactly, right,
would you do that?
Right.
Clearly, they never believed it. It was always theater.
Right, literally calling him a Manchurian candidate on TV, calling him a traitor to the country, an asset of a hostile foreign power.
Right.
Yeah. And then voting to expand his spying powers. Yeah.
Right. It was always theater. Well, you can't even argue, well, they're so partisan. They were blinded by their partisanship, and they never believed it. It was always a way of deflecting responsibility for losing an election to a game show host. The media needed to deflect responsibility as the party in that election that bore the greatest responsibility for getting him elected by obsessively covering him and giving him, $2 billion in free advertising, covering his empty podium. They needed to deflect attention away from that and people asking questions about their complicity. And the Democratic Party, and certainly the Clinton campaign, needed a scapegoat for how they lost to Donald fucking Trump. Russia filled that need. That's it. They never believed it.
Of course. Hunter Biden's Coke stash says Keaton won't read my super chats. I'm getting to them. We keep a queue of them so that we can read enough of them in a row. But yours is next on the list, Hunter Biden's Coke stash. Don't worry, I will get to it. I have not forgotten.
That's a great name.
It's a great name. We would not pass up an opportunity to say that again. So don't worry. We will get to it, I promise. So, we would expect that kind of coverage from MSNBC, a sort of, center-left liberal media outlet, but they're not the only ones fretting over Cornel West's candidacy. This Hill article details progressives are getting anxious. The progressives are getting anxious about Cornel West. Quote, I just wish he wasn't doing it. So the money quote in this piece, I just wish he wasn't doing it. That is actually a line by Massachusetts Representative Jim McGovern, who is a member of the Progressive Caucus. And apparently, I don't know about a close acquaintance of Cornel West, but he apparently has a personal relationship with him. Obviously, Cornel taught at Harvard for a while, was a resident of Massachusetts for a while. So that's where that quote comes from. But you also have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez give a quote to this piece here. Quote, I think he has a very long record of service and academic thought leadership, Representative AOC told The Hill last week. I think just right now, given the Electoral College, it's very difficult to square the very real threat of a Republican presidency with the risk of giving up the very small margin of electoral votes needed to ensure that President Biden wins. So you have even, the so-called progressives are already getting ready to throw shade at Cornel West. And then we had this. So we've been asked to cover this, and we absolutely will cover this if it loads. Why isn't it loading? Come on. There we go. Beautiful. This was an article that came out in the Daily Beast this week. This is one of two that we'll be sharing right now. What the hell? Oh, did they ad blocked me? Fuck. All right, hold on.
What happened?
No, I got blocked because I didn't sign up for the membership. Hold on, I'll find it.
Yeah, I had to do that earlier to look at it.
What's that? No, I'll go to a different browser. Oh, I have a workaround.
I think they make you do that now though, because I didn't used to. I think they make you sign up.
Yeah, they didn't used to. I think I am signed up to their free list, which I can access this article from. I think it's signed in
you can from the free list.
From the free list, yeah. I think on my.
So who's paying for the Daily Beast?
Yeah, right. No, absolutely not. I think on my Firefox, it'll work. Okay, beautiful. Allow. Okay. Yeah. Allow. Yeah, whatever. I don't use this browser anyway. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Cornel West owes more than $500,000 in unpaid taxes. Decline of the West by William Brederman. The presidential candidate has made raising taxes on the rich a fixture of his campaign. He shorted the IRS more than the median salary in 6 of the last 20 years. So he owes over $500,000. As it says here, these documents show a total of $543,778.78 in outstanding federal tax liens against the professor, activist, and writer. After repeated emails, calls, and text messages from the Daily Beast to the West campaign, to interim campaign manager Jill Stein, and to West himself, the professor sent a one-line response from his personal Gmail, from his phone. My brother, I have asked my accountant to respond to these charges, some of which are not true. Now, the charge he ended up denying on the Breakfast Club today was this last one here, where the Daily Beast reports New Jersey court records further indicate the Harvard... Go ahead. Let me just read this sentence. New Jersey court records further indicate the Harvard and Princeton-educated son of a Defense Department contractor is a deadbeat in more ways than one. A $49,500 child support judgment against him from 2003 remains open to this day.
Yes. So I read the follow-up. He doesn't exactly deny that.
I'm going to put the follow-up on the screen in a minute.
He says he takes care of his kids. He took care of his kids. It's very careful wording. He doesn't actually say that that's false. He doesn't straight out say that's not true.
Okay, so let me get to this again. Sorry, folks. I just had to do a little technical workaround here. So in the follow-up that was posted today, and like I said, we would be playing this clip on the Breakfast Club, but we can't play it on the Breakfast Club because the Breakfast Club are notorious copyright blockers there. So Cornel West calls. Oh, here we go. Apologize for that. Oh, no. This is blocking me, too. Let me see if I can log in. I don't think I can log in.
I might be able to pull that.
Yeah,
up.
See if you can log in.
What's the title of it?
Here, I'll put the link in the private chat. Sorry, folks. We should do another commercial break.
Yeah, I mean, while I'm trying to do this, you could do chats.
Yeah, I'll do chats. I just posted that there.
Yeah, I got
Oh, no. That's the wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah, now I got frequently asked questions.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. Here. Next one. Boom. Right down there. That should be it.
Folks.
All right. We'll take a super chat streak.
We are nothing if not a professional operation.
Indeed. It didn't occur to me because Daily Beast doesn't paywall them, but they put them behind the membership. You have to like sign the free list, and I'm logged out. So I don't know what that's about.
I've got it.
You have that one? Okay, cool. See,
Hunter Biden's now they're doing it. Now they're doing it.
All right. Well, fuck them. Hunter Biden's Coke stash. Thanks for the $5. Keaton for Congress. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Hunter Biden's Coke stash. Thanks for the $15. Love the show tonight. And happy birthday, Russell. See, we got all three of yours in there. All right.
Grazie.
All right. So I'll narrate this and I'll find a way to edit this in for the YouTube clip. But today on the Breakfast Club, Cornel West did issue, Russell said. Oh, you're in. All right, cool. So bring it up.
All right.
Cool Blue, thanks for the $4.99. If anyone wants to send the Democratic Party a campaign contribution, send them some mirrors, include instructions. It's necessary. Thank you. Beautiful. All right, we got it.
All right. So he calls it a distraction. Presumptive Green Party nominee Cornel West dismissed but did not dispute the Daily Beast discovery of more than $500,000 in outstanding federal liens lodged against him, even as he appears to push back on an open $49,500 child support judgment found in New Jersey. So he was on the Breakfast Club. Anytime you shine a flashlight under somebody's clothes, you're going to find all kind of mess because that's what it is to be human, West asserted. That's an interesting take. Even though West as president, right? So he's saying Charlemagne the God sounded empathetic, telling West he loved the disruption you're causing and questioning why the report had only come out after West began seeking the White House. Absolutely. And the thing is, I mean, I told you before, I got so much gangsta in me. I was a gangsta before I met Jesus. I ain't nothing but a reformed sinner with gangsta proclivities, West said. Partly it's because I do like to give to loved ones and others too, but I take responsibility for it too, but it don't make no difference to me. West, born into a solidly middle-class family in Sacramento, further asserted that the story was an attempt to draw attention from the broader problems of poverty and injustice. Quote, they want to use it as a distraction. Why don't you keep the focus on the suffering that I'm highlighting, he said. This is just a matter of trying to hit you below the belt and keep the distraction. While West didn't appear to dispute that he owes the IRS money, he did take issue with the Daily Beast's report that according to New Jersey state court records, a 2003 child support judgment valued at $49,500 remains open. What upsets me is when they're lying about my kids. See, that's what I can't stand. Lie about my kids. See, I take care of my kids. I give them everything I got, West said. So my editorial comment, that is not a denial. That is not a denial. That is a posture of morality. I take care of my kids, but he does not say that this claim is not true. That is very the man's a professor. He knows how to use the English language. That is very specific and careful wording. The daily my brother, I have asked my accountant to respond to these charges, some of which are not true. The Daily Beast received no correspondence from the accountant, and neither the professor nor his staff answered subsequent requests for documentation that would contradict the public record. Now, this is interesting to me as well. In the wide-ranging discussion on the Breakfast Club on Monday, West also defended another political leader who ran into trouble with the feds in Los Angeles, disgraced city councilman Mark Ridley Thomas. Ridley Thomas was convicted earlier this year of steering public dollars to the University of Southern California in exchange for a full scholarship and a professorship for his son. Quote, "My dear brother Mark Ridley Thomas in L.A., the most powerful black politician who has been convicted for nothing under Biden's Justice Department," West said. Above all, West insisted he's running for president for leverage to uplift black Americans and their concerns, favorably citing his friend and co-author Tavis Smiley. They accuse him of being a sex pest. I honestly don't know much about that story. When I have leverage, I don't look at, but I do about the other. When I have leverage, I don't look at the black community the way my brother Tavis Smiley says so many other politicians do, as some political calculation, he said. No, not at all. These are the people who love me, into my sanity, into my dignity. So there is the story.
Thank you for doing that. I apologize you had to work on your birthday like that. I was supposed to have these ready.
Right. That's all right. What do you think I am, a UPS worker?
You're exactly. Yeah.
I don't mind working hard for little money.
Exactly. So there you have it. Now that, to answer one of our super chatters' questions, is what gives me pause about his willingness to stay in this race. Because when you run for president, man, they're going to dig up everything. If you have skeletons in your closet, people are going to find it. I personally don't give a shit about the IRS tax debt. He should send the IRS a sample of his fucking toilet paper. I don't give a shit about that. No, I don't think most people do. The child support is obviously troubling. You always want people taking care of their kids. Who knows what he meant by that? Who knows if there was some other settlement, some less formal settlement that they came to, or, who knows what he meant by that. But the point is, these things are going to keep coming and coming and coming. And I see Courtney in the chat saying that there's some rumors inside the Green Party that he might quit soon. This was a concern I had from the very, very top. Because, Cornel West has a reputation within this class. And once they turn on him and try to bully him out, does he have what it takes to stay in? I mean, that's a big question. It's something that I worry about because it's great to see the Democrats panicking like this. I think his candidacy is extremely valuable in that way. The fact that you had Trump and Biden at 44 apiece, and then when you introduce Cornel West polling at, I think 3 times what even Jill Stein polled at in the state, that's amazing. I mean, in terms of just applying pressure to the two-party system, that's an amazing number to start at, as we just set up. The question is, do you have what it takes to sustain this? Because they're obviously going to come after you with everything they got.
All right. If you look at the fact that he came into this with the People's Party, when the guy has Chris Hedges on speed dial, right? I mean, if I were going to announce that I'm going to run for president and challenge the Democratic Party establishment that way, I might want to call Chris Hedges if he were a good friend of mine and I had that kind of a relationship with him. Apparently he didn't, given that Hedges was, as far as we could tell, the one who intervened and persuaded him that, hey, on top of trying to run as a third-party candidate in a country where they have heavily rigged the process against third-party candidacies, maybe you don't want to run with a controversial party that doesn't have ballot access anywhere, right? So,
well, he was definitely recruited into it by them, and that's definitely what happened.
That's fine.
He was definitely approached. Yeah,
that's fine, but he's a grown-ass, extremely intelligent man. And, just because somebody asks you to do something, if Squeaky Fromm calls me up and asks me to do a podcast, I'm going to ask some questions. I'm not going to be like, well, Squeaky asked me to do a podcast, so that's who asked me to do one, right? That's me. So who cares that they asked him? You do your fucking due diligence. You do your research. So right from the beginning, his launch displayed a certain lack of forethought and consideration that he even launched it in that platform, and it took Chris Hedges to pull him out of it. Okay, so you're going to run as this outsider candidate who is going to infuriate the entire liberal class. You know you owe $500,000 fucking dollars in taxes, and you put yourself forward as the avatar of this movement, and second, you don't tell anybody about it. Hey man, if Cornel West announced his candidacy and said, listen, I got a little problem with the IRS, I'd respect that. I don't care about the taxes. Fuck them. What are you paying for? Bombs to Ukraine? It's not about that. Strategically, okay, so you start with this controversial party with no ballot access. You have to be talked into then relaunching as a candidate for the Green Party. And now you're telling us that you launched your campaign, a campaign that you know they're going to come after you, owing $500,000 to the fucking IRS, and you didn't tell anybody about that?
Well, well, hold on. I have to push back on you a little bit. Who would he have told? What, was he announced to the public?
Sure. Well, first of all,
announces the Oppo research file on them to the public. I mean, that always happens. Oppo research comes out on every. Hold on a second. Oppo research comes out about every candidate. Every candidate has stories that they find embarrassing.
This is not in that category. This is not in that category. This is.
Of course it is. What do you think? Obama launched.
This isn't about the time.
I'm running for president. Now I want to tell you two things. Number one, my middle name is Hussein. Number two, I spent 20 years in a church listening to a radical black preacher who used to scream "Goddamn America" from the pulpit. Right?
It's not equivalent. It's not equivalent.
Of course it's equivalent. He knew that was going to come out, and he knew that was an Oppo research dump, and every candidate has it. What, you think Donald Trump didn't know there was dirt on him that was going to come out? Of course it's going to come out. It comes out against everybody.
Obama probably did not expect them to go after the church. He probably hoped they didn't. You hope they don't. This isn't the time this isn't like the time.
You don't think the first black presidential candidate thought that the right wing was going to make hay over Reverend Wright? Of course. Of course he did.
But that's also something that
you don't think Joe Biden thought Hunter was going to come up in the campaign? Of course he did.
It's not equivalent. That is something that you can, as he did, you can go and you can talk your way around, you can talk your way about. And also, and this is why we talked about this a little bit earlier. Look, in the end, Obama was running for the Democratic Party nomination. And in the end, if he won that nomination, he has all the apparatus of the Democratic Party behind him. Likewise, Donald Trump. You are running as this insurgent, outside, anti-establishment. They are going to bring everything they've got after you because you're not just a threat to whoever you're running against in the Democratic primary. You are running against the entire system. They're going to come with everything they've got. And I would argue, yes, there's always Oppo research. This isn't about the time you banged the Thai hooker, okay? This is, you owe $500,000 to the IRS. It is definitely going to be something that comes up sooner rather than later.
Sure. And it has. But when you look at all the skeletons in Trump's closet, and you say he had the apparatus, he had to get to 50%. If you're Cornel West, you're there to outpoll Howie Hawkins. He's still 10 times the candidate Howie Hawkins is with all this Oppo research on it.
It's not about that. It's not about that. Sure, he'll get the Green Party nomination with that over Howie Hawkins.
I'm just saying he's still a stronger general election candidate. He still is going to cause more panic on election day with than a Howie Hawkins.
So this is really what it comes down to. I'm talking about, so I'm evaluating Cornel West now, and not least because I don't want to be like the people we've been making fun of for months. Come on, man. How many fucking videos have we done about how these people don't want to say a word against Marianne? Or these people don't want to say
it's
a
fine,
word
but it's a different. But it's
how many
it's a different.
Yes,
it's a different calculus. It's a different equation.
Yes, that is something entirely different. I want to make it very.
But
clear,
that's operative.
At least
I'll let you finish. But that's huge. I'll explain that in a second. But go ahead.
I want to make it very clear that I'm not sitting here like, no, what did he do wrong? Yeah, he did a lot wrong. As far as I'm concerned, that was very misleading, especially when you have so many people in this movement who have been burned so badly by trying to get involved in, mostly the Bernie Sanders campaign for most people. To come in when you know you're carrying that kind of baggage, and frankly, with the way that he answered that thing about the child support, I'm pretty sure that shit's true too. because if it were just not true, he wouldn't have answered it in such a supercilious way, in such a
right. He said, "I give them everything I got."
So I'm pretty sure that's true too, which I think is even more publicly damaging. Now, so in terms of, I'm not going to be sitting here every time some shit comes out with Cornel, and frankly, when you look at between the People's Party bullshit and this, all right, that's it. Now that goes to how the person handles themselves. You got two things like that, I promise you, it's not going to be the last. There's going to be a third. There's going to be a fourth. There's going to be a fifth. There's going to be a sixth. I'm a shit lib from way back, man. I spent years defending every fucking misstep of the Clintons. I'll never do that again. I'm not going to sit there and cover up for Cornel West. Now, what you're talking about, let me finish. What you're talking about, you want to burn down Gotham. And you don't care about any of that. You just want to know, can he burn down Gotham? Now, that I agree with you. Strategically, it really doesn't matter if you think he can still burn down Gotham. Like I'm not saying that's not a valid goal. The question to me is, yeah, and I don't know that he really even has the fucking stones.
Well, that's a different concern, but I just want to go back to one thing.
All right, go ahead. I said my piece.
No, that's fine. When you say, okay, I'm not going to come out here and I'm not going to defend Cornel West against all these things, I'm not going to try and tie myself in knots to make him look like an exemplar of virtue, even in areas where he is not, right? Or if some dirt comes out about him that's true.
Look,
I'm not suggesting
they raised a valid point there. If I could just say, they raised a valid point, and certainly I'm no Daily Beast fan. It's one of the most shameful rags out there. And that is part of what fucking pisses me off about it. I hate when you let the shit libs be right. I fucking hate that, man. I hate being put in a position where the shit libs can go, see, I told you your person is fucking bullshit, and you can't say anything, man. What they said about he's talking that, oh, I'm a gangster, as if he came up from under and he didn't. They're right. He knows what he's fucking doing there. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to make it like, oh, yeah, I got problems with the IRS because I came from the street. He didn't come from no fucking street. I can use that excuse. My early businesses, I ran them like fucking mob fruit stands. I learned more about business from reading Goodfellas than I fucking knew from any kind of legitimate business practice. He doesn't have that fucking excuse for why he owes money. That was just how he fucking ran his affairs.
Some people are saying he's on a payment plan. I see Half Dahlia Sabby Sabs read the article and said in the article the payments were settled. I don't know if they're on a payment plan. They could be on a payment plan, in which case you would still have the debt. I'm assuming he has the debt. I'll assume he is busted on it, and I'll message Sabby. I'll see if I can get more information about this, because all we have is what's in the Daily Beast. She has some kind of connection with the campaign. Maybe she learned it from them. Maybe she learned it from a source that I don't know of. I'd be happy to follow up. But what I'm saying is, let's say he did this, right? What did the Trump people do when Trump got called out, when a skeleton in Trump's closet was revealed, right? What did you have? Did his base of supporters come out and run cover for him and deny it and say, no, this isn't true. No, he would never do something like that. No. You know what Trump's base did? They said, okay, fuck you. We're voting for him anyway. Fuck you. Eat shit. That's what scared the establishment about the Trump movement.
Well, Trump goes out
and when Trump goes out and says, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose any votes, the media knew that was true. They knew that a base of support, which felt like they had nothing to lose and was at the end of their rope, and they said, nope, you could tell me this guy did whatever the fuck you want. I want a wall. He's promising a wall. I'm voting for him to get the wall. Fuck you. You are not going to deter us. You are not going to scare us away. You're not going to try and appeal to any sense of morality or feelings that we have about him, the man. We are on a mission. Our mission is to fuck you up. Trump is our weapon, and we are backing him. Eat shit. That is what scares the establishment. Getting concerned and saying, oh, well, I don't know, can we really in good conscience back a guy who owes $500,000? Sure we can, because our goal is to fuck you up.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you view the campaign as an instrument for an aim, and in this case, the aim is not even to win the presidency and have him govern, right? It's not like these character judgments are going to affect his governing. He's not going to be the fucking president, right? We're here to cause panic. We're here to cause the kinds of scenes on Morning Joe that we just played about 20 minutes back. We're here to replicate that over and over again to exert maximum pressure on the system. Now, if a better candidate comes along who could do that, I'd be all for it. Tusker was talking about Dave Smith teasing a run on the Libertarian ticket. I don't know to what extent that may or may not be true. From what I've seen of Dave Smith, I like him a lot. So I'm fine. You want to vote for Dave Smith? Vote for Dave Smith. I'm saying whoever the strongest horse is, or horses, right? If we have a diverse coalition of some people who want to go libertarian, some people who want to go green, whoever the best candidates are in those fields, that's who needs to be running. And we cannot be made to blink because of stories like this, because they threw a million stories like this at Trump. And the reason why Trump's movement was the threat to the establishment that it was is because they could not be deterred by that. None of that shit worked. None of that shit stuck. That made the establishment think, holy shit, we are dealing with a real rebellion here. A real rebellion doesn't get scared away because the guy owes $500,000 to the IRS. Or even a 49 grand child support payment. I'm a family man myself. You know, I don't like hearing that, of course. It's especially disappointing hearing that about a guy who I admire as much as Cornel West. Now, again, I'm basing this off of 2 articles. I'll reach out to Sabby if she has information. I'm sure she would share it with me. And we will bring that up on Wednesday's show if I can get it by then. But I'm saying even worst case, you cannot be deterred by these, rags that will come out and say, okay, this is why. Can you really in good conscience support a guy like Cornel West for president? Well, we can support Cornel West if supporting Cornel West is going to cause maximum pressure and pain to the scumbag Democratic Party. Yes, we can. Absolutely. And to me, the most effective thing to do is to be honest. Say, yeah, that may be true. If that's true, that's unfortunate. I don't give a fuck. I'm voting for him anyway. Fuck you. Eat shit. That's it.
That is an honest argument. And that's an argument. I have no judgment about that. I mean, it's one I agree with. I am really not confident that he will actually do that he's actually going to hold up to that, because this is just the beginning.
Well, that's what I said earlier. Yes. I mean, I sympathize with that. That's what our Super Chatter asked the question about. Absolutely.
Yeah. And actually, I mean, I kind of feel like seeing this, I always had my doubts, and a lot of people did, because they brought up, his endorsement of Biden in the past and the way he frames things because in the end, if you're saying, it's a choice between neo-fascism and neoliberalism, well, I mean, most people would say neoliberalism is better than neo-fascism, particularly people coming out of the academic traditions and liberal class that Cornel West does. So if that's how you're framing it, that's kind of a tell of, in the end, are you really willing to cost Joe Biden the presidency? Are you really willing to do that? You're also going to get nadered for the rest of your life. No more nice, hey, brother, sister, this and that fucking interviews.
Right. No.
That's over forever. Is he going to do that at this point? Partly because of what some of this reveals about his character. Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, this is all of a piece. I mean, this is why I put this as part of a larger segment where we saw The Hill reporting that the progressives are turning on him. We see the MSNBC turning on him. And don't forget, this was a guy who was in fairly good standing with all of these sort of outlets and institutions. They loved him.
He made Anderson cry.
Right. Exactly. But so anyway, I think that's our take on that. Yeah, no, look, I'm not suggesting that we should run cover or certainly lie for Cornel West. Cornel West said that about Brother Biden. He says, I'll vote for Brother Biden. I won't lie for Biden. Well, same goes for you, Cornel. I'll vote for you. I'm not going to lie for you. But the thing is, what I'm saying is that when they throw this stuff out there, I think it gives us strength when we just say, That's too bad. That's a shame. Maybe I won't invite him to my cocktail party, but I'm voting for him anyway, because we're here to ruin your day. We are intent upon ruining your day. We are not going to stop until we have ruined your day. And if he's the best shot we have to do that, then that's who we're backing. So, too bad he owes child support. That sucks. Fuck you.
I agree with that in principle. However, looking at between the People's Party thing and I'm not in a position to even judge Cornel West. And like I said, fuck the taxes on a moral level. I could care less about that. Fuck them as much as you want. But as much as you can get away with, go, baby, go. But you
within the bounds of the law. Fuck them as much as within the bounds of the law.
I said whatever you get away with, and
right, whatever you get away
with. So no, I mean, obviously that's not a moral issue. I don't think that's a moral issue for most people. I don't know whose fucking ass is tight enough for that to be like, Zelensky. He didn't pay Uncle Sam. Yeah, Zelensky, because that's his money.
Yeah, Zelensky, it's his money.
That's his money.
It's his money now.
It's flow through taxation. It flows through the Ukraine. So yeah, and I mean, with the child support, I don't know his situation. It's not even like that. I'm talking as somebody who's active in this space, who has a platform in this space, it's not, we don't have an enormous platform. We're not making and breaking elections, but, people listen to the show. And we have always promised to be honest.
No, our first responsibility
we
is
can
to
be
tell the
wrong.
truth, obviously, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have wrong takes sometimes, but it'll always be what we honestly think. And man, I think it's shitty that he went into this knowing that he had this problem. And it's a very obvious problem. It's a very obvious thing that, that's going to come right up. Now, what you're saying strategically, vote for him anyway, that's not even a question. I mean, sure, I'll still vote for him. I said from the beginning that I don't, because we had people who don't really like him. And I said, I don't really care if they're running Kermit the Frog, if Kermit the Frog can get over 5%. So, yeah, I mean, I still feel that way. But the more I see, the more I doubt that you're going to get to vote for him, because I don't think he's going to be there.
Well, that to me is the big question, is does he stick it out? Because look, despite whatever Oppo research they're going to put out on him, within obviously certain boundaries, he's still certain, I would say certain to outpull Howie Hawkins in the end, right? So can you really say he shouldn't have done it? No, because who the fuck were they going to pick anyway? They're going to pick some loser like they always do, right? And so, is he a worse candidate than no? And there's going to be Oppo dumps on every candidate who is a threat. They didn't bother digging anything up on Howie Hawkins because nobody was going to fucking vote for Howie Hawkins, right? Jill Stein, they didn't think she was a threat too. Notice they weren't smearing Jill Stein as a Russian asset until after the election, until after she cost Hillary the election. Once they were convinced Hillary was going to win anyway, September, October 2016, you didn't hear shit about Jill Stein, Putin, Russia, nothing. Nothing. Once Hillary lost, oh my God, now they got to dig up the dirt on Jill Stein. So when you're a threat, they'll come after you. And they'll find something. Because anybody who pursues power is flawed. Anybody who pursues power, anybody who rises to that level in society has something that they don't want people to know about them. Right? And so that's always going to happen. That's always going to happen.
I'm just saying this is such an obvious thing that if you didn't know that this was going to come up in 10 minutes... maybe you don't have the mind for this, really. That's what I'm saying. Between, there are different kinds of intelligence, right?
Well,
different
this was a
people
theory.
are good at different things. Between the People's Party thing and this, I'm like, well, maybe he doesn't really have the mind for this, for national politics. Maybe that's just not how he thinks.
Well,
he's an academic. He's a creative guy. You look at how he talks and how he riffs. He obviously likes to make connections. I mean, these are hallmarks of somebody who's creative. They're not always the best with organization and rational, logical decision making.
Well, what I'll also say is that this is what this is why I was a little surprised that he switched to the Greens as quickly as he did, because one of the things that I was thinking about when he launched as a People's Party candidate is that this would really just be a message campaign in the true sense, because the People's Party wasn't going to be on the ballot in any states that mattered. I mean, they were, I think they had Florida, Virginia, California. those are pretty much settled. Even Florida's really not a swing state anymore. It's a red state. Virginia's a blue state. California's a blue state. It was very unlikely they were going to get him on the ballot anywhere else. So if he could say, I'm running for president as a People's Party candidate, the media is not going to go after him that much because he's not going to be on the ballot. When you switch to a green and now you're on the ballot in almost every state, well, now you're going to get it. Now you're going to get it. You know what I mean? And so that's, to me, the biggest concern I have based on this, and based on the progressives saying they wish he wasn't doing it, and based on the TV networks going at him as hard as they are, the biggest concern is that he will not have the stomach for it. And I hope he does have the stomach for it. That's why I'm here to say, hey, listen, I wish that weren't true about the child support. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I'll look into it more. But even if it is, no, I'll vote for you anyway. I'm here to fuck up the Democrats. That's the goal here. The goal here is to disrupt. And if he's the best candidate to do that, then he's the candidate we have to back. Now, like a few of you guys said in the chat, like a few people who I've been talking to offline, if another candidate emerges that you like better, vote for them. Sure. If you like the Libertarian better, vote for them. But find a way to exert pressure. Don't just sit it out because he owes child support. Like, oh no, we're not going to give the Democrats headaches because he owes child support. No, I think that's crazy. I think that's fucking insane.
I agree. But we're not going to do the Marianne. I haven't heard about any of those staff articles.
No.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously,
not one of those fucking PMC commentators has asked her about that shit. To this day, not one. No matter how many of these articles, people have interviewed her since the guy from her campaign staff dropped that thing on Facebook. They still didn't ask her about it.
Now we have the big one. Now we have the big one.
Well, see, I was segueing.
Good job. But we are going to do a super chat break before the big one because we have some to get to. So anyway, look, that's the word on the Cornel campaign. I think Russell and I are both more or less on the same page. Russell is, feels a bit more personally burned than I do because I figured, he's still the best guy for the job that the Green Party was going to find, and so fucking why not do it? I don't think he should have cautioned them against picking him by volunteering the information, Whereas Russell may think he did. He should have.
I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about us, man. As a movement, man, we've been burned. There's a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah, but you can't come out and announce your candidacy and say, hi, I'm Cornel West. I owe $500,000 to the IRS and I'm running for president. That's just going to come out and you're going to have to deal with it. I think he should have come out and said that, announced that to everybody. No candidate ever does that. Nobody ever does that. The Oppo research always comes out on you and you always deal with it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Hillary Clinton. I had my staff smash an email server with a hammer, and I'm running for president. Hi, I'm Donald Trump. I once said grab him by the pussy into a hot mic, and I'm running for president.
Okay, but most of the things you're naming...
I'm George W. Bush. I once snorted an entire baseball franchise up my nose, and I'm running for president. You know what I mean? Like
all of the things that you're naming can either be spun or they have plausible deniability or
well, what about the Trump tax returns? He just said, no, I'm not showing them to you. Fuck you. Oh, I owe him. I didn't pay him. Fuck them.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't show him. Listen, this is such an obvious thing. This is basically like if you did time because you fucking ran around the subway naked and you decided to run for president. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, this is such an obvious, easily checkable thing that you would have known they're going to be all over for you for in 5 minutes. Right?
I take your point.
It just seems so dumb to do that. Like, yeah, do I think he should be running? Not really. No, not if you had that kind of a problem. I think it...
So that is where we disagree, because I still think he is a much stronger candidate than anyone the Greens would have nominated in his place.
Sure. But for us as a movement, a splattered, that too, splintered, scattered movement that has been fucked over so badly by mostly Bernie Sanders, but other people too that we got behind, man. Everybody knows I campaigned for AOC out on the street. Like, I think for me personally, as soon as I see you're bullshitting like this, like I said, man, sure, brick through the window, burn down Gotham. Sure, I'll vote for him if he's on the ballot in the end. Seeing that shit, do I think he will be? No. That takes more integrity than I'm seeing he has at this point.
All right. Let's go to a Rumble rant. Sorry. From Stone122112. Marianne's troll campaign is also valuable in exposing Biden's shilling for big oil. He's approved more oil drilling than Trump and funded the Willow Project. Yeah, those are true. I mean, we've made those points without trolling for Marianne, though. Like, I don't see how Marianne is necessary to make that point. But I do think those points are obviously worth making, irrespective of Marianne. Cool Blue, thanks for the $4.99. If anyone wants to send the Democratic Party a campaign contribution, send them some mirrors, include instructions. Thank you, Cool Blue. China Shill, thanks for the $2. Have you read Michael Parenti's Julius Caesar book? No, I have not. Have you, Russell?
I have not. I'm a big fan of Roman history. So much so I'm going to Rome.
That's right. Russell will be in Rome this fall.
I just booked my tour of the Vatican. They say actually, if there's anything you want to hire a guide for, it's that, because they have skip the line tickets and you don't want to deal with that line. I am going down, like, this tour actually goes down into the crypt where the popes are buried and where the bones of St. Peter are.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah. That's fun. Tool Druid, I hope they don't have killer horseflies over there. Gotta watch out from bug spray.
And that only happens to you, man.
Yeah.
I swear to God, like Keaton goes 10 miles from his house, something happens.
Something happens. Yeah, something happens. Tool Druid, thanks for calling balls and strikes and calling out the BS. Thank you. And happy birthday, Russell. The headbanging is much appreciated by this old metalhead. Beautiful. Well, thank you, Cool Druid.
Hellbat for leather!
Appreciate that very much. By the way, folks, hit that subscribe button while you're here. If you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that like button on this stream. If you're over on Rumble, please hit that follow button. We're really trying to build that Rumble audience. It's very, very important. And if you are here and you have a Rumble account, go follow us on Rumble. And if you don't have a Rumble account, make one and follow us on Rumble. Thank you guys very much for being here. Len Bright, thanks for the $10. Happy birthday, Russell. Great book recommendation, Nickel and Dime. Dirty Work by I.L. Press is also a great read about the frontline workers. I think I've heard of it.
I'll have to check that out. Actually, hang on. Let me get a picture of that.
Sure thing.
I'll order that book.
Look at that. Taking your recommendation in real time here.
Boom.
Beautiful.
Got it.
Mario Lorenzo, ancient Chinese proverb. Best time to plant the tree is 20 years ago. Best time to plant 2024 election propaganda is today. Happy birthday, Russ. From NOLA, Mario Lorenzo down in New Orleans.
You know what, man? I want us to do the WAPO actually just dropped a really good story about the rising sea levels and its effect on the marshlands and viability, basically, of New Orleans, because the sea levels are rising much faster in the Gulf. It's risen to a level they didn't expect until the end of the century. 7 inches, they were saying, since like 2010. Which, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Black Freud, thank you, Black Freud, who's also a member. So I guess American politics is binary, according to who? When did that come in? At 10:08. Oh, yes, that's from the MSNBC clip. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Thank you, Black Freud. Sean Donlea on 8888. I was living in small town Iowa. It's easy to see why people support Trump. Happy birthday, Dobular. One of the first super chatters to ever use the old Drumpf nickname. Interesting. But thank you, Sean. We appreciate that very much.
Haven't seen that in a while. Yeah.
Haven't seen that in a while. Bringing out the old classics, right?
Playing the oldies. Like the Italian restaurant I ate at tonight. I appreciated that. They went for the whole atmosphere. They had the Sinatra.
Oh, yeah.
30s to 50s they were playing.
Yeah, it's a real step back in time when you go into one of those real old school places. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice. It's like a theme park as much as a restaurant. You know,
when I was 17,
right? Exactly.
It was a very good year.
Beautiful.
It's one of those joints.
Courtney, Andrew, a personal employee of Cornell's, told my friend. So Courtney has some contacts at the Green Party. So we'll talk to you more about that, Courtney, actually. We would like to talk to you more about that offline and maybe even online. Maybe if you want to come on.
What does she say?
Talking about some inner workings of the Green Party as it pertains to Cornell's candidacy and how far he's going to go, how long he's going to last. We will see. We will see how that goes. Black Freud, thanks for I would love to interview him. To ask him that question because that's an urgent question, obviously. I hope Cornell's not a nutty professor, says Black Freud. All righty, let's go. Yeah, we'll take this one before we move on since it's related to the segment. Dem establishment darling Stacey Abrams also had back taxes due, and I believe she got reelected. Despite that, she issued a long explanation. He could be on a payment plan for the taxes. Like I said, I don't really care about the taxes. It's possible you can be on a payment plan. I've gone on installment plans with the IRS in the past.
It could be. It's pretty strange. You wouldn't have just said that if that were the case.
Right. Just say, hey, I'm on a payment plan. Something like that. Right. All righty. Oh, Dickie McGee's axe is here. I wish Dr. West was as clear and direct in his message as that UAW guy. Happy birthday, Russell. Yeah, the UAW guy should run. Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm glad we read that. I'm glad we read that because when you talk about the movement right now, right? When you talk about the extent to there's a movement, that's where the movement action is. It's in guys like that, leaders like Shama who are trying to rally the rank and file. I mean, it's very, very valuable to have someone like Shama who's outside the union, who is always going to be more militant, always going to push for more and more and more. And now you're at the UPS situation where they have a situation where they've already won concessions, but now they're going to try to get even more of them. To have an out. That was the whole sort of conception of Workers' Strike Back, as I understand, and we'll talk about this on Wednesday. Is to have an organization, a labor organization, that's not tied bureaucratically to any particular union. So they'll always be there for the rank and file that want to push even farther, right? Because they don't. Well, also, they're not politically tied to one union head or another. So they're like detached from those more like political incentives. They can just be there to say, okay, we're going to rally workers to get the most we can, even when we are asking for more than the leadership is willing to fight for, right? So I think there's real value there. And look, that's where the real movements are happening. That's where the real battles are being fought, right? I mean, to the extent that Cornell's candidacy, it's important if it can be a vessel for that. For example, RBN has spoke to him a number of times. He's been in touch with Shama Sawant a number of times. He came out in favor of the rent control regulations that the Seattle City Council was trying to pass with Shama's help. It failed because a lot of the Democrats sabotaged it, which we're going to be talking about on Wednesday. But that's an example where he stuck his neck out to join a fight thanks to the grassroots pressure. So that's how you use that campaign, right? That's the real use of that campaign.
Right.
Whatever the outcome, obviously. Diablo says, happy birthday, Russell. Thank you for the $9.99, my friend. We appreciate that. Thank you guys very much for your generosity this evening. We'll do one more for now. Two more for now, and then we'll do our final segment of the night. It's getting late, but we had a lot of super chats. Thank you so much. Dr. West criticized Obama and got called an Uncle Tom, so he's been at odds with the libs before. Yeah, he's had his run-ins, but they always welcome him back. And they always say, we really respect you. Right, exactly.
Some people feel that that criticism was based in personal pique and had to get kind of shut out of Obama's circle once he achieved the presidency.
Right. Once he became president, Cornel West was sort of persona non grata. Right. Keith Cameron, thanks for the $19.99. Happy birthday, Russell. I also happen to totally agree with you. Our time and money can't be tied to a person who owes $500,000 to the IRS. Also hard to sell working people on a man who can live comfortably owing that much. That's another thing.
Definitely does not help. Yes, that is a point I didn't even really get into, but it's not good for the image of working class hero when you owe $500,000 to the IRS.
Right. Okay, let's keep on keeping on here. We have one more segment this evening. So, folks, where do we start? We had Politico drop an expose about the staff abuse on Marianne Williamson's 2020 presidential campaign. Shortly after that dropped, and we were told by Kyle Galinsky what a smear job that was without him having actually read the article for the audience to see because he was distorting the meaning of it. Shortly after that, you had Peter Dow.
Lying about what was in it.
Straight up lying about it, which we'll get to in a moment, actually. A few moments. But shortly after that whole thing went down, you had Peter Dow, campaign manager, quits. You had Jason Call, higher up in the campaign, quits. Then you had Peter Dow say it was because his mother was sick, which always struck us as a strange excuse. We're not denying his mother was sick. We obviously wish his mother all the best, but we're saying it doesn't sound like that was the reason. Right.
What he first said was very mysteriously something to the effect of he's left the campaign, more to come.
Right. More to come.
Right.
Then
and then after he got the NDA treatment, oh, my mother's sick.
Right. And he gave that while saying that he was released from the NDA. I was released from the NDA to say that I left because my mother was sick, but I'm proud of the work that we did on the campaign. And we said, well, that sounds kind of fishy because you wouldn't really have to break an NDA to say that your mother was ill, right? It's like you're saying you're breaking the NDA, but it sounds like you're still hiding.
Did he say at that
something.
time? I think later on there was this way. That's
there was another one.
There was later on, he claimed that they let him out of the NDA, and he's, it was very strange.
But he didn't give much information on that second.
No, and he never said anything nice about Marianne.
No, he said he was proud of the platform.
Yeah, it seemed
that's what
like
Jason Call said.
It seemed like negotiated. For whatever reason, he had negotiated what he was and wasn't willing to say. And what he wasn't willing to say was anything good about Marianne.
Exactly. So after Peter Dow claims he was breaking his NDA or somewhat breaking his NDA, we thought, well, that sounds fishy because it doesn't sound like you're actually breaking it. It sounds like you are saying what they allowed you to say so that you wouldn't violate the parts of the NDA that they can't have you violate, or else they'll have to go after you in court. We just said that sounds kind of fishy. That sounds kind of weird. We then get a message from someone whose identity we will not reveal, from someone who worked on the Marianne campaign, saying that the reason why they are not able to talk more is because of the NDAs. Then the field director quits and posts on Facebook that this campaign is a giant scam and that she's only doing it to raise her profile in advance of a book coming out. Again, nothing from any of Marianne World's media allies about any of this, right? So that's where we are in the timeline. So
they only, in fact, now that you mention it, Kyle's distortion of that Politico piece, I believe, is the only coverage any of these commentators, Bree, Katie, Crystal, Kyle, any of them who have been propping up her campaign, some more overtly than others, but all of them have really made it pretty clear that they're Marianne stans. With Bree ridiculously touting her poll numbers last week. I mean, it was almost a fucking non sequitur, the tweet that she put up. As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, that piece Kyle did was the only piece any of them ever did addressing any of this.
To even acknowledge that. Yeah, to my knowledge, that's true. I believe that is true.
Which is kind of remarkable given that you keep pretending that she's legitimately running for president.
Of course. Oh, well, absolutely. Right? So we have this huge timeline of an expose dropping about the 2020 campaign. Then we have staff members drop out left and right. They say that first they say we can't say anything because of the NDA. Then they say we're kind of breaking the NDA. Right? Then you have someone message us saying, no, we can't say we can't break the NDA. Then you have the field director saying, fuck it, I am breaking the NDA. I'm saying she's in it to sell a book. He then takes that down because I'm assuming they told him that he had better take that down. But now we have the big one. This is the big one, folks. This is from Jen Dyes at Courage News, formerly Jordan Sheridan's partner there at Status Quo. She obtained a letter from 7 anonymous staffers The letter, whose signatories have been granted anonymity due to their fear of legal backlash from strict Williamson NDAs and other threats of legal action, follows. Here is the letter. We're going to read the whole thing. To our fellow Americans, we are a collective of former staff, both resigned and terminated, of the 2024 Marianne Williamson for President campaign. We are all longtime dedicated supporters of the progressive movement. Our combined professional experience includes work on over 100 political campaigns, as well as ballot initiatives and activist work. Each of us joined this campaign in good faith and with the best of intentions, many setting aside or leaving other valuable work, each making a personal investment towards seeing the first progressive president in our lifetime and the first woman president in the history of the United States. We were all genuinely enthusiastic about Williamson's campaign when we started, and we believed it had the potential to change the direction of the country for the better. Today, we come forward with heavy hearts because we were deceived, intentionally or unintentionally, and we know others are still being deceived by the continuance of Marianne Williamson's presidential campaign. Our goal in making this statement is to be transparent and to bring awareness to the fact that the campaign has been repeatedly sabotaged by the candidate herself, which corroborates exactly what the director said. Okay, a lot of this, and for all we know, he might be one of the signatories on this. It would actually surprise me if he wasn't. It wouldn't surprise me if the person who reached out to us is one of the signatories on this as well. As a candidate, Williamson has consistently prevented staff from completing the work necessary to run a campaign or win an election, disregarding their experience and expertise. Despite having a staff full of competent professionals, she continually micromanages the campaign, disallowing any growth or forward momentum for the campaign as a whole. See, that's really interesting because the guy said, Jeremy, I can't remember his last name actually, but he said that, you know, she's not interested in winning. She's interested in selling a book. So if you have people in here who are actually trying to build a campaign infrastructure out, but that campaign infrastructure doesn't serve to boost her profile when the book comes out or to get her podcast appearances, then why would she be interested in that? Right.
And also, you know, we always said about her that in the end, where is Marianne's line? Where's the line where you're not going to be welcome at the best parties in LA anymore? Where is the line where you're going to be persona non grata? That's her line. So, you know, she might feel like her line is to seriously run a campaign against Joe Biden, right? I mean, as long as she's just running it like a book tour, she doesn't piss off the people in Beverly Hills.
Right. No, indeed. Williamson assigns tasks to staff that directly conflict with the advice of the experts she hired. When staff complete the work as directed, their work is frequently picked apart and criticized by Williamson to the point that she backtracks on her own decisions and gaslights staff into believing the mix-up was their own doing. This goes back to the Politico article, the first piece that came out. Right, she would reschedule meetings, and then the staff, she would back out of meetings at the last minute, and then she would blame the staff on scheduling it wrong. Her interactions with staff go beyond that of a tough boss, as she has claimed in her defense. Her behavior is frequently intimidating, demeaning, and demoralizing. All of us have worked demanding jobs with tough bosses. This was not the same. Working for her did not feel quote-unquote tough. It felt emotionally abusive and hopeless, which again tracks perfectly with the Politico article. There is a difference between working for a demanding boss and feeling like you're walking on eggshells in every meeting.
All right, and for anyone who's not super familiar with our show, most of you have heard this before. This goes back 30 years. You can read stories about Marianne running her businesses and her charities this way in the LA Times, in People magazine, 30 years ago. They actually mentioned some other articles that I haven't seen. I didn't have time to check the links on it, but the reporting describing Marianne as being dangerously unstable when the cameras are off, being abusive, narcissistic, belittling, cruel, cultish, susceptible to flattery, you know, basically like a half-ass cult leader. There's like L. Ron Hubbard's idiot's cousin.
Right.
That reporting goes back decades. Like if you go back and you read those articles from 30 years ago, it sounds uncannily similar.
And we did. We pulled the source articles when we did that segment.
We did. It sounds exactly like what they're describing here. So they're all crazy. This is all a misinterpretation across decades. Various different people all saying exactly the same things about her. This is all made up. And once again, I want to point out, because it's truly fucking disgusting, that so many of the commentators in the quote-unquote alternative media space have not asked her a single question about this, even as it doesn't matter how many of these articles come out, they will not stop platforming her.
They will never
amazing.
Acknowledge these points. Like they will act as if these have never come
never
out.
happened.
And to the extent they have acknowledged it, Kyle Kulinski just flat out lied about it. Just absolute lied about it. We did a whole 40-minute segment debunking every lie that he told his audience during that video. And so, you know, they have not dealt with this honestly at all, which I just have to say, hearkening back to our last segment, look at the difference, right? I plan to vote for Cornel West. As soon as that Daily Beast article came out, we did a segment on it. I said, yeah, maybe this is true. Maybe this is true. Looks like it is. That's a shame. Fuck you, I'm voting for him anyway. Like, if they had just come out and say, yeah, no, she's a bitch. She throws phones at people. Yeah, she's a nightmare of a person. But we really want to challenge Joe Biden, so we're voting for her anyway. Okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah, I can look
fair
at
enough.
that.
But
Sure.
they're acting like this has never happened. They're just avoiding it, and then when they do acknowledge it, they just lie about it.
I'm sorry. How fucking dare you get up and expect people to take you seriously, to consider you a person of integrity, to consider you somebody whose political opinions have any value, when you keep platforming this sick individual who has decades of history of severely abusing people to the point that they describe the experience as traumatic. You're supposed to be these left woke people, and you are platforming this abusive boss. I mean, this is the whole problem with the PMC class. And what's really infuriating
to me,
is
it's not even the platforming, honestly. It's more the gaslighting about it. Right? Like if they had done it the way I just described it.
It's that too.
Yeah.
It's not it's the same thing as the media that they pretend not to be a part of, or not to be an extension of, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing we were talking about in the MSNBC thing. It's okay as long as it's someone they like abusing their staff. Right. You're supposed to care about things like that, right?
She's a girl boss.
She
should have been in the Barbie movie.
Right, exactly. She's a girl. She should have had a cameo there as like the local spiritual leader of Barbie world or something.
Exactly.
Right. As long as this is somebody whose cultural signaling you are comfortable with, right? You like hanging out with Marianne. You like being in the company of that. I think they're impressed with the LA Hollywood shit. But don't come out after this campaign crashes and burns and be talking about how much you care about justice and you care about workers. You didn't give a fuck about her workers.
Exactly.
You put all of your credibility, some more than others, into keeping this absurd parody of a campaign going, even though it was very, very clear that it was ridiculous on its face. And even as more and more people came out begging people not to get, that was the first thing in Politico. The people who came out to Politico said, please don't get involved in our campaign. You're going to have such a horrible experience. And you, as people who are supposed to be pro-worker, you didn't feel a need to report that. Not only did you not report that, you continue, even now, to prop up this sick fucking maniac. And people are supposed to watch your podcasts and your shows and your takes and consider you an honest actor. Any credibility these people had is torched forever after. You might agree with them on this issue. You might agree with them on that issue. But overall, the way they handled Marianne, they showed you who they are. Never forget it.
Yeah, no, indeed. And, you know, like I said, the fact that they have not dealt with any of this at all, and the one time one of them did, it was in the most dishonest way possible. Additionally, Williamson is very impressionable and susceptible to flattery. She regularly adopts the opinions of the friend or fan she last spoke with and gives direction to staff based on their comments. This is a thing with rich people, too. People think they're smart. They're not. They're very impulsive. They believe the last thing that they heard, and they will make very, very quick strategic adjustments based on that. And then if you don't follow their whim, then you're the asshole, and they crack the whip on you.
Yeah,
so
it
that
sounds
makes
a little
sense.
like Trump. Sounds a little like what we've heard about Trump.
A little Trumpian. I mean, this could be Elon. You know, this could be any of these guys. These guys are they're impulsive. They're very prone to flattery, ego stroking, advice, right? At times when this directly contradicts the advice of the experts on our staff, she reacts by saying, I am the candidate. I love this. Or I have run for office and you haven't.
Is that what you call it?
Is that what you call it? You ran a joke campaign 4 years ago. You're running now. And this is the fantastic part, disregarding that some on staff have also run for office. Yeah, so there are actually people on your staff who have run real campaigns, not presidential campaigns, but real campaigns nonetheless.
Not like a Jim Morrison tribute tour.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who actually have run for office for real. As such, we believe that her unpredictable nature and erratic behavior, which contribute to the constant turnover of campaign staff, is conducive to leading a presidential administration.
Not conducive.
Or a nation. Or is not conducive, to leading a presidential administration or a nation. We were wrong to believe she is the leader our country needs at this critical time, even if the campaign were in a position to win. So that's a very strong statement. They're saying, look, even if she were gaining momentum, even if she had a real chance, we could not in good conscience support her because of what it's like to work for her. That's a very, very strong statement, because I would think a lot of this is motivated by the fact that, well, the campaign's out of money and it's out of gas, so let's just get the fuck out. They're saying no. They're saying, according to this letter, they're saying, even if this had a Bernie-like momentum, we would jump ship and tell everybody stay away. I mean, that's a very, very strong indictment.
I.e., for the love of God, don't let this woman anywhere near the nuclear codes.
Exactly. However, they say the campaign is not in a position to win. First, there is no plan for obtaining ballot access, which is exactly what the director said, or securing delegates. Second, in addition to the documented high turnover in the role of campaign manager, Williamson fails to fill other key roles such as political director, data director, comms director, etc. So she's leaving those positions vacant. She's only interested in the positions that relate to PR, right? This leaves staff to step in and fill in the gaps, which we have proudly done as a team. Third, efforts to resolve these issues were met with pushback, attacks, and in some cases, termination. Wow. For example, when staff tried to raise the alarm regarding ballot access and offer a solution, those who spoke up were accused of ambushing Williamson and subsequently fired. In the days that followed, every remaining staffer was directed to focus exclusively on events and social media by both Williamson and new campaign manager Carlos Cardona. Let me just read that one more time. When staff tried to raise the alarm bells about ballot access, those who spoke up were accused of ambushing Williamson and fired. In the days that followed, every remaining staffer was directed to focus exclusively on events and social media, right? So all of the logistics people pushed to the side. If they made us think about it, okay, fuck you, you're out. Because logistics, that's the nuts and bolts, that's the blocking and tackling of politics. Right. And she's not interested in that. She's interested in the part of politics that puts you in front of a camera. PR.
Well, and this is her interest in these fucking losers. This is her interest in Kyle and Crystal and Katie and Bree. She's using them to get exposure to their audiences in the hope that she'll sell books to them.
Right. Exactly. So they bring Marianne's audience to them, and she brings their audience to her.
That's it.
These are just a few examples of the campaign's general dysfunction. Based on our observations and our interactions with her, Marianne Williamson has demonstrated no intention of becoming president, no strategy to win this election, and no ability to effectively lead this country or follow through on her progressive platform. For all the reasons shared above and more, we are forced to conclude that this campaign is an experiment in deception and that we as staff played a role in that. We cannot in good conscience allow it to continue without being challenged publicly. We also want to express our support for all the exceptional people still working with the campaign as staff or volunteers. It is not our intention to make their jobs harder than they already are. These are incredibly talented individuals who have our ongoing and unwavering respect, gratitude, and support. Early in the campaign, there was an effort to unionize, and we hope for their health and safety that the remaining staff are able to pursue that. Well, they're not going to have much time, I don't think. I think the campaign's about to close up shop pretty soon. Finally, we hope this experience does not dissuade our younger colleagues from continuing to fight for their progressive values and the future they deserve. That's another cost of this, is that you turn a lot of, idealistic young people who volunteered for her campaign and got jobs on her campaign, you turn them into cynics like us. Now they're going to get into the podcasting world and they're going to start competing with us. Yeah. Right? Jaded couple of bastards we are.
Don't try it, fuckers.
Don't think about it.
We will cut you.
We have deeply considered the ramifications and retaliation we may be subjected to for speaking out. We are all operating with integrity, knowing that our careers and reputations are on the line, to ensure that people are not further deceived by a mismanaged presidential campaign with no path to victory. We joined this campaign because we believed in Williamson's potential to deliver the better future promised by her progressive platform. However, no amount of time, money, or energy will contribute to this campaign's success. We encourage donors, especially with those with recurring donations, to stop and ask yourselves if your hard-earned money, I hope Nick Cruz reads this, we encourage donors, especially those with recurring donations, to stop and ask yourselves if your hard-earned money would be better spent elsewhere. That's the point that Nick made to Marianne way early on in the campaign. Why should the working class who sunk $100 million in the Bernie campaign, why should they devote their limited time and money and resources to you? And he got a lot of shit for asking that question. We gave him credit for asking that question, but he got a lot of criticism for asking that question. And here the staff is, right from their mouth, saying, yeah, no, if you are making a recurring donation, stop and ask yourself if this is the best way to invest your resources.
I mean, really, there are 7 of them, and there are probably 6 people with recurring donations. They couldn't have just called them?
Yeah, I could have called them up, right, exactly. To remaining volunteers, we urge you to find credible activist and political work on which to focus your energy and resources. Thank you sincerely. So there's the staff letter.
Okay, and if you do read that article, and I would highly recommend reading it, it gets into some really interesting things. CJ actually tweeted out a couple of responses to the biggest Marianne troll online. And it's been pretty clear to me for a while, I don't want to give her oxygen by naming her, that she's working for Marianne. And she pretends she's not. She pretends that she's a former staffer who had a wonderful experience. And just out of the consideration for how amazing a person Marianne is, she just wants to correct the record. But this mentions that Marianne is deeply concerned that she'll call staffers in the middle of the night about low followed accounts that say something negative about her, which means we're probably on our fucking radar. She's paying attention to that shit. She's gonna put a hex on us.
Yeah.
I've had that fucking asshole come at me on some of my tweets about Marianne, and she came at CJ, and CJ responded, "Oh, why don't you look at this interview Marianne did with Cornel years ago, and trying to defend her position on Israel because it's better than RFK's." This article says she's very concerned with that, with what people say about her on social media, and she does have people trolling around online. I mean, I've only really noticed one of them, but she seems to be everywhere. If you say a bad thing about Marianne, she shows up.
Yeah, I haven't run into too many of them lately. I've run into like some pro Marianne people, but not like the real militant trolls.
But this is another way you can tell that she's being paid, because she never turns it into "you're an asshole." She doesn't do that. She keeps it the way it was when Hillary trolls were out there. You can tell when you were dealing with them because they kept it professional.
Right, they kept it so they wouldn't get in trouble.
Well, can you look at this information? I mean, she talks to you like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a lost cause by now, as we all know. Web Angel, thank you for the 1,000 yen. Is that what that is? I'm sorry, we need to stop acting like any of this is worse than wreaking havoc over the freaking world. Let them compare their candidates to him. He's better by far, but I do, too, wonder about his spine. Yeah, no,
I mean, we have no disagreement about that.
No, I agree with all that.
Sure.
100%.
1,000 yen, that's like $5 million, right?
I don't know. We'll have to check. We have a couple of patron callers right now. We're going to take some more super chats in just a minute or two. Here, I'll take a couple of these, and then I'll admit our callers. Happy birthday, my friend, and you guys are killing it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Terry T, happy birthday, Russell. It's my birthday today, too. Beautiful. We got a lot of birthdays going on.
Is that the second one? It's
probably the second.
Wow.
Well, mathematically, it makes sense. We have 734 people
and also
watching.
Charlize Theron.
That's right, Charlize Theron.
Yep.
Well, we have 734 people watching, and there's 365 days in a year, so it makes sense. 730 divided by 2, you're going to have 2 other birthday people in the chat.
Makes sense.
See? More math. More math.
I didn't know you were a math person.
Yeah, and it's 3.5 hours in, and I'm still bringing the math. Do you guys in the chat, do you want to, you guys in the studio, we have 2 patron callers here. If you want to say hello, just turn your mic on, unmute your microphone, and that'll be a signal for us to let you in. Kiwi, you've been waiting for a while. What's up, Kiwi? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
first
up?
off, happy birthday, Russell.
Thank you.
It's funny, my dad's birthday was just yesterday. My Fox News boomer dad and my Social Democrat uncle.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow. So do they put on boxing gloves and go at it?
No, he's actually in Scotland right now. But
listen, man. Back in my
Tara, you're on next, by the way, or Tara, you're on next.
Back in my horse and carriage days, I'm not even kidding. So there was a family. I'm not going to name them. I don't know what our legal liabilities with things like that are. But there was this. I mean, this is like out of an independent film. There was this Irish family that went back in the carriage business to the 50s, and their father had like been arrested for beating up a Parks Department guy back in the day. They literally had a boxing ring in the hayloft. And when they would get into this shit was like Finnegan's Wake. When they would get into arguments, they would put on the gloves and they would go up into the ring and box each other.
Okay.
No, wait, it gets better because they almost everyone they hired was an Irish immigrant. And so they're not in our litigious kind of culture. So when they would have arguments with the drivers, they'd make them go box. They'd have to box the owners. They'd have to go box them. Wow. And then eventually somebody apparently said to them, they could sue you for that. And then they stopped doing that. It's a true story.
Well, it's funny you say that. I'm actually the son of an Irish immigrant. But
so you probably have to box.
Of course. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not surprised at all by that story. So I mostly just called in because my YouTube and Rumble weren't working, but I do want to ask you a question.
We're terrible tech support. You
hey,
do not want to call us for help with that.
I do want to ask you because you kind of breezed past, and I get why, but why do you think that the Ukraine support is flagging? Like, why do you think that poll shifted in that way? Because it wasn't that long ago that it was sort of the other way.
Well, I think part of it is because the media has found other things to propagandize about. Like in the early days of the war, that was all they were talking about. That's the first thing. The second thing is, and I meant to include this in the segment, and I forgot, idiot that I am, but the New York Times even this past week was forced to admit that the Ukrainian summer offensive is not panning out. And so what people, I think, are getting a sense that this is going to be one of these, just eternal quagmires, and that they're not up for it. I think in the early days of the war, there was the sense that this could resolve itself by now. And I think the longer it goes on, the bigger the check comes to the more investment that we're looking to make, and the more dangerous the situation is. Like, I think the longer it goes on, the worse it looks to people.
Yeah, I mean that this is you know, pretty typical, frankly, of democracies. It's very hard for them to sustain wars over time because you get war weariness. You know, the population does not, as the longer the war drags out, unless there's a really unless you can convince them that there's a really existential reason to be in the war, that it's a World War II kind of a situation, you know, people get tired of it. Unless you have, you know, theocratic fervor or kind of fascist fervor, unless you have that kind of a culture, people get tired of war. Like it doesn't really matter what the war is. I don't think. I think people without that kind of an ideological unity of purpose, if you just drag out the war, you get war weariness. They get tired of it. They will get tired of it in any culture, but they get tired of it faster in democracies.
Yeah, sure. Jumping off of that, I just have a two-pronged question. I mean, one, do you think this changes the calculus for Biden? And two, I mean, do you think that this hurts him long-term in the election?
No, it doesn't change the calculus. It might hurt him a little bit. I hope it hurts him a lot, but it depends, because 1 year out, the situation could be a lot different. Like, this could be people's number one issue 1 year from now, because
Sure.
1 year from now means it's even more dangerous than it is now. Right.
If it stays pretty much like this proxy war that we're funding, but we don't really have boots on the ground, which the situation is so unstable, it's kind of hard to imagine that, frankly. Like, it seems like this is going to have to go one way or the other by then.
Right.
Like, I can't imagine
It can't stay at this
like
level
this
for another
static.
year. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if it escalates to World War III, that could go either way, man. I mean, you could get a big, you know, I assume everybody here pretty much is old enough to have experienced, you know, the post 9/11 wars. You know, there's this tendency when war is first declared to have, like, you know, 90% presidential approval ratings, and everyone's tying their fucking yellow ribbon around the tree. And, you know, it's just a frightening display of tribalism. And, you know, I've seen that not frequently, but a couple times over the course of my lifetime now.
I mean,
you could get that reaction. If it turns into World War III, you could get an initial "this is great" reaction, or you could get the opposite. You could get, "holy shit, this guy led us into World War III." You could. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'll cut it off after this. I mean, it definitely is hard to say, but I mean, it's kind of like cataclysmic to one side or the other how it breaks, right? I mean, like, if the whole country is against World War III and it's Biden that's in office, I mean, we already are kind of assuming he's out in 2024, whoever comes in, really. But
sure.
If it breaks the other way, like, I mean, to me, that's a little bit more terrifying, honestly. The whole world backing Biden on.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it really depends on how much the situation escalates. Because if the situation escalates to a point where that becomes unavoidable as people's number one issue, then that becomes much more high risk, politically speaking. And as Russ said, high risk means it could go either way. But it becomes high risk if it escalates. If it stays at this point, it's unlikely to be people's number one issue. Like I said, we don't know if it will stay at this point. But Kiwi, thank you so much for the call. Really appreciate it. We're going to take one more caller here, and then we got a few more super chats to take. But thank you for your support very much. We appreciate it, man. Tara is on the line. New patron caller. We haven't heard from you before. This is Tara. Tara, do you want to say hello? Is it Tara or Tara?
It's Tara. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Absolutely.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi, Russell. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of comment on the Cornel West thing, and I really much appreciate you guys addressing with this head on, because when I first saw it on Twitter, there was what I would call kind of a fan club saying, "Oh, it's a desperate smear," and this and that, and I'm thinking, well, if you're running a presidential campaign, obviously they're going to look into your finances. I mean, that's no brainer. So it just makes me really concerned about, well, maybe not really concerned, but like how much of an organized campaign is there? Because you would think the first thing you would say, there'd be somebody on there like, look, okay, what kind of things are they going to bring up? And then you have a prepared response. Doesn't seem so,
right.
I know, so casual or off the hook.
Oh, Tara. I know Tara.
Yes, we're Facebook, not Facebook.
That's
on Twitter, yeah.
We fight the good gender fights on Twitter.
Oh God, I wish we could spend our time on other things, but you know, sometimes the fights present themselves.
Where are you from? Where are you calling from?
Well, I'm calling from the UK, but you can probably tell from my accent that I'm
an American.
Yes.
Yeah. So where are you from originally in America?
Portland, Oregon.
Oh, beautiful.
Before it went totally off the hook. Yeah.
That's good. That's got to be a tough town to have the opinions you have in.
Yeah, but I haven't been there since 2001, so. You know.
Oh, all right.
Portland is a beaubeauul place.
Probably
it
for
really
the best.
is.
It is, but so you're trying to get me off the Cornel thing, though.
Oh no! I wasn't. I just saw the name. I was like, oh, it's that town.
Let's talk about the Rose City.
No.
I mean, and I would say that I appreciate Keaton's response, but if we're trying to get other people to, if the point is to get other people to vote, it's like if you're running a campaign on being honest and integrity and transparency, then this response is a bit concerning. You know,
I mean, I would say
it's just like, you know, come on, to say like, okay, Trump, whatever. But if he's going to run on Trump and be like, to play the Trump thing, like, well, I'm smart if I don't pay taxes and this type of thing. Okay, well, that kind of goes against the express values that he's been talking about for the last 40 years. So it's just a bit of a conundrum for him. Or people, or it's not like he can go back now and say, oh, I'm on a tax strike because I'm against, you know, the military industrial complex or something like that. I think it's more, my guess is because if you're used to having a salary and your employer taking the taxes off and he gets money from speaking engagements or books, it's quite easy to understand how you could get kind of behind on that or have a different tax situation. So it just seems like quite easy to say, look, this is the situation. But the idea there isn't somebody there prepared to do that. It's like, is there any kind of communication within the Green Party? I just really wonder about that, because I think the next thing that's going to come out is, I mean, the guy's on his 5th marriage, you know, he has a reputation for being a player, nothing wrong with that, you know, but if you have the Christian thing going on, it's like, okay, I don't care. I mean, I've been a Cornel West fan, or I don't know what it was, learned from him since I was in college and bought the Cornel West reader. And, you know, it's fine. But just looking at it from the point of view objectively from a national campaign and thinking, okay, you need to get your shit together. And there's people there, and I feel bad that Jill Stein's probably pulling her hair out, trying to get him to be a bit more systematic and a bit more into the game.
Hold on. I have to stop you for a second. Look, the Green Party does not.
Some people are saying he's the real corn pop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, I think also the fact is there's a bit of a difference from being a public intellectual and an activist. And I think there's something about the fact that they're taking him seriously shows they're going to go really in and try to find anything to be like, look, you say this.
Well, look, yes, of course, but first of all,
for that, it's not that difficult.
The Green Party does not have a reputation for having its shit together, right? Like, you don't want to put Jill Stein up on a pedestal either. I mean, the Green Party is notoriously chaotic and mismanaged organization. That's why they've never been able to crack through. That's why the prospect of 5% is so exciting, because they've never been able to get fucking near it.
Please, the first thing, there's certain things they're going to look at. They're going to look at his finances.
I'm agreeing with you. What I'm telling you is
his personal thing. So it's like it's the idea that he has to go on these programs, be like, oh, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. It's like, who's going to buy that besides people who are already in with him?
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the Green Party has a reputation for not having its shit together. Like, this is not like, oh my God, how can the Green Party not be prepared with an answer? I believe the Green Party cannot be prepared with an answer. They're like I said, they're a loser organization historically.
Okay,
right? They don't have a good track record.
If you and I and Russell
cunning and success.
Okay, if I was going to run a presidential campaign, what can I expect? Or what kind of at least 3 or 4 people do I need to have on this? If he thinks he can just go on and do his, and I don't say sermon in a bad way, But if you go back and look at how he talks for the last 10, 20, 30 years, if you hear it 2 times, you've heard it 40 times. He has the same thing. Now, to be fair to him, it's because the issues have largely stayed the same. But to be able to pivot that, is he able to tailor his delivery depending on whether he has an hour with somebody or whether he has a 5-minute sound bite with Anderson Cooper? And I don't know if you guys saw the thing he did with Glenn Greenwald, who was sympathetic to him, but also, you know, he's a serious journalist. He asked Cornel, okay, what are the 3 things, I think he said 3 things that you want to accomplish with this campaign? And instead of having 3 things ready, Cornel goes in this whole 15-minute thing about his parents and about the Black tradition, about Coltrane, and on. And it's like, dude, that's not going to work in a lot of scenarios.
You have to have better answers for that, like, obviously.
Is he capable of being like, okay, can I, you know, depending on what situation I'm in, how much time I have to communicate to people? I mean, that should be really a quick thing. What are the 3 things I want to accomplish? What are the 3 things I want to leave people with? And it can't be this 30-minute thing. You know, I just wonder, because I think it's a great opportunity, and I just really hope that it's not something that he just came across and woke up one day. I'm 70 and this is my calling, and I'm just going to go with it, and I can go and talk on, you know, various podcasts and whatnot and get my point across. It's like, you know, how serious are you? And these things do matter, because
it's reading that way to me.
Yeah, if somebody says, for example, if it's about not just being and there's something to be said for the fact that he will ask the questions that need to be asked. He will call bullshit on what needs to be called bullshit, whether it be Israeli-Palestine or the imperialism or what, you know, the neoliberalism and this type of whatever it is. I'm like, yes, please let that. Even if that's it, that would be great if he can go the distance to a certain extent. But when it comes down to the fact, are you serious for the possibility? Because Trump, I think, also didn't plan on winning the first time around.
No, but Cornel's not going to win. Trump had a chance to win because he was running.
Shouldn't he run as if that's a possibility? So the thing is, if you can't manage your personal finances, if you're married 5 times, if you can't commit to a woman for more than 2 years, what does that say about all these other things that you have? These really fantastic.
Well, first of all,
that is why I'm not running in a nutshell.
First of all, he has committed to a woman for more than 2 years in his life. The marriages were a little bit longer than that. Second of all, I would just say, I think I've said this. I don't consider failure to pay taxes to be a moral knock on him. I think the child support is more concerning. I don't think a tax debt is any sort of judgment on him.
But what I would
Third,
say
can you not know how to manage your personal finances and run a country? Of course you can. Donald Trump did it. George W. Bush, I'm sure, was a fucking deadbeat loser. He did it.
Okay, but do you really want to be like that? He's trying to put himself up against the measure of those individuals.
I don't care what measure he puts himself up.
Moral standard.
No, we don't need a higher moral standard. I don't need a higher moral standard.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him.
I understand
what
that.
He says.
I'm saying what I'm telling you is I don't need to put him on a moral pedestal. That is not what this is about.
But are you But how many people like you are going to get him to the 5 or 6 or 7%?
I think people who will be deterred. I think people who will be scared away because of tax debt are not people who have the guts to vote for a third-party candidate and sink Joe Biden anyway.
Yeah, but what I would say is that is this indicative of something else? Because I would say, like, yeah, I'm not saying like, this tax thing is a deal breaker, but I think what Wessel said is how it's been handled. That's the thing.
They have to sharpen up. We've said that before.
This should have been a 2-sentence thing.
He had to be better on Anderson Cooper. From what you're telling me, he had to be better on Glenn Greenwald. I didn't watch that particular interview, so I couldn't tell you. And yeah, they have to be better prepped on this. Absolutely, those are all valid. What I'm telling you is, I don't feel a need to put him up on a moral pedestal. I see this campaign as a vehicle to fuck with the 2-party system, to fuck with the Democrats, to make the media panic, to make the Democrats panic, to force a reckoning of sorts. That is how the Trump movement viewed Donald Trump. They viewed him as he's been referred to that a million times.
Is that how he sees it?
I don't care how he sees it. I don't care, but that doesn't really matter to me. How he sees it doesn't really matter to me. What do I care?
Well, if he's your candidate, you need to have him go the distance, don't you?
Well, I hope he stays in the race, but what I'm telling you is what his inner thought process is not really my concern. In other words, does he see himself as a moral figure, or does he see himself as fucking with the Democrats? Now, where I do sympathize with a lot of people's concerns about this is that if he views himself, if he really cares about maintaining that reputation as this moral leader, and he's afraid that the smears are going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that his reputation will be destroyed, he may chicken out and quit. I think that's a valid concern. What I'm telling you is, I don't care that he owes a tax debt at all. And politically speaking, I don't care that he owes child support. Does it make me think less of him as a man that he owes child support? Sure. Is it going to stop me from voting for him? Absolutely not. And it's that attitude that gave the Trump movement the teeth that it had. It's that attitude that pushed Trump over the finish line. It's that attitude that scared the living shit out of the establishment when it came to Donald Trump.
Do you think the base that Cornel could swim in is that type of base?
It has to be.
Well, I'd hope so. I mean, yeah,
it has to be.
I mean, from the point of view of not people like me or you who are who would vote for him, but other people who would have to be convinced in some way.
I love Thomas Frank. We've picked on Thomas Frank enough for 1 week, but the liberal with not much to lose, who's like, yeah, I like him, maybe I'll vote for him, or maybe I'll vote Biden. That's not going to be what gets you that 5%. You need a critical mass of people who are angry enough and disaffected enough to feel like they have nothing to lose and that they are going to vote for this fucking guy anyway. That's the attitude it's going to take. If you can't generate that, then you have no chance to begin with.
All I would say then is that he better really get more gangster then, not just talk about
I agree.
it.
Well, I agree with you.
He better get more gangster.
I'm with you on that.
He's not gonna. And something I didn't say before is if you really want people to get behind this kind of a quixotic battle, I'm trying to burn down Gotham is not the most inspiring message. And if that's really the only one we have, that doesn't help either, because the kind of people who are going to be attracted to Cornel West are very different from the people who are attracted to Donald Trump. People who are attracted to Donald Trump are comfortable with those themes. They are comfortable with the idea we're just there to burn down Gotham. But that's not the kind of people who enlist in a campaign like Cornel West.
Right, but
I would just hope that he's willing that if this, I mean, who knows? Because sometimes the moment meets the man and the man meets the moment or whatever, and I'm all for that. But when I look at how it seems like he's just doing the same old thing, thinking that what he was doing before with being in terms of activist role or public intellectual role can just transfer seamlessly into this presidential campaign. I'm just like, can someone really say, like, dude, or just to take points or something?
Yeah, but the question becomes, the question becomes, who else could? Who else could? Who else could? Who would? Nobody. Jesse Ventura talked a big game, never did it. Mark Cuban talked a big game about running third party, never did it.
Roseanne Barr.
Right. No, but the point is, dude, you need this is
she's crazy. It's all out, but she'll say it.
This is the conundrum that third parties find themselves in. You need a star to generate enthusiasm and momentum behind a third party, but stars don't do it because stars have something to lose, right? A star will not go out there and run as a third party because a star has something to lose because they're a star. They're invested in the system that made them a star. And so you need a star of sorts who's willing to ostracize themselves from the community that loves them. And that's why the Cornel West candidacy has such potential, and it's why it's causing such panic. The question is, can he sustain that? Because they are not going to let up on him until he bends the knee.
And I would say that as well, is that he has a lot of, to use a word that I don't like, that's kind of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, the capital that he has. So the cultural and social capital that he has, and his consistency on issues over the years, and all that is fine, but that's not enough. And if it can blossom, for lack of a better word, if it can grow into a certain, beyond what we have now. Because again, I would say that once you hear people who hear him talk for the first or second time are like, God, this is just like a breath of fresh air, and he's saying all these things. But then if you hear that for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time, then it's like, okay, this is still very general. What are some of the concrete things or whatever? Again, I think that's something that I have no doubt he could do that, but if he will or not. And again, I'm just wanted to air this out because I was just, how some people were trying to kind of, for lack of a better word, kind of suck his dick. Sorry. It's like that's not helping him,
I heard that's coming out in the next Daily Beast.
But to be fair, Bell Hooks, who's died, rest her soul. There's this great talk between her and him, I think, I don't know, maybe even 8 years ago. And she was on him about this. She's like, do you remember we're at Yale and everybody's around you and everyone's trying to, this is her words, trying to suck your dick and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, when you came out against Obama, and then they're calling me saying, oh, you need to talk to him. He's gone crazy, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, she totally aired it all out. Watching that interaction between them is quite informative because, he's been quite consistent, but you have to be able to grow as well. But I mean, I'm just in terms of the nuts and bolts, because his personality and his reputation and his gravitas can only take him in this campaign so far.
All right, beautiful. Tusker, what's up?
Oh, hey, how are you guys? Happy birthday, Russell.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm mostly just, obviously I have lots to say on the Cornel stuff, but Russell needs to get to his guest. It's in his apartment right now. So we can maybe chalk it up for later, but I personally wanted to just say happy birthday to Russell. I mean, if I was going to say one thing about Cornel West, then I would say that he's long been, as far back as I can think of, there have been people like some of the PMC class that have entertained sort of a third-party candidate. He's always been listed at the top. And I think it got into people's heads a long time ago that he was a perfect candidate for it. So I almost kind of feel like even the selection of him to be, the third party candidate, and how like quickly people jumped on it, and how quickly it was that all of those same PMC people were saying, oh no, the People's Party, that's trash, it's and then, I get on the thing, and then Bree asks Chris Hedges, and then Chris Hedges gives him a call, and then all of the PMC class, consolidates behind him. So I really feel like, if anything, the reason why he's a flawed candidate now is because he was kind of imposed on us as being sort of the leader or the star.
Right.
And that's unfortunately what we have.
I mean, I want to see him and Chris Hedges have a Coltrane Sheldon Wolinoff. Yeah, it'll be like the showdown scene in Deliverance. John Coltrane. Hannah Rent.
Ideally,
look, they both do a lot of shtick. They both do stuff. Look, me and Keaton would come out of a theater background. We know shtick. That's shtick. Like when you've got like a bit that you work, and you just kind of do variations of that bit, and it makes it look like you're a lot smarter than you are, because you're making all of these references, but you're not really spontaneously making these references. This is shtick that I've watched both of them do for years.
I mean, Robert F. Kennedy does the same thing. I've heard him say Purple's Mountain Majesty.
Robert F. Kennedy has.
Well, I mean, but that is
he speaks in a verb, a noun, and these are
right. But that's also
family members that I'm related to who actually were worth.
That's also just the stump speech. I mean, essentially all they do, they have the stump speech. Like everyone has a stump speech. Okay, so it's not unique.
Yes.
To Cornel. I mean.
No, it is not. No, it is not. But it's there are some people who really, and I guess it depends on how much interviewing you do. Like, it's hard to always be spontaneous. But when you got shtick that's basically built around, I'm making all of these connections off the top of my head, it's, you know, and then you watch it the next time, it's the same connections. And you watch it the next time, it's the same connections. And it's the same thing. It's a shtick. You're working a bit. You know, it's just, and you know, Hedges does the same thing. And, you know, that in and of itself is whatever, man. I mean, I really like what Hedges does. I like what Hedges has to say. I have his book back here, actually. And the book, you know what? The book, he kind of got off that. His articles always come back to that. Sheldon Wolin and fucking Hannah Arendt. And
inverted totalitarianism.
And some Roman.
Yeah, some Roman, Hannah Arendt, Thoreau.
Going to be a Roman.
Yeah, it's that. But I mean, I think, like, I mean, ideally, guys, it just feels like to me that we're kind of like spinning here. So, like, ideally, the way that things would be is it would be almost sort of like electing the Sean Fain guy to be the UAW representative. Right. You know, you would have all the people, like in a union, all the working class people being able to vote on who they think would best represent their interests before they enter into either the Democratic Party or into a third party or anything like that. But we don't have those types of organizations and that type of system built. And so we're kind of at the whims of, will Jesse Ventura run? Will this person run? You know, and we're kind of left waiting for people to hop in. And until we have more of a class consciousness about us needing to be able to select who it is that we want to represent us, then we're just going to end up with people like Cornel West that are obviously going to fail on many of our tests that we would want to see in a candidate. And that's the reason why I kind of just go back to strategy when I'm dedicated to being outside of the two-party system, because I think it's terrible.
Well, I think it's terrible. I agree with that. We have no disagreement.
Well, that's a great point. And look, because what the issue becomes is this, okay? And this is kind of, if we're going to game this out a little bit, and don't worry, I won't get into crazy detail because I know we're running up against midnight here. But, you know, the idea is that, okay, you take an organization like the Green Party, which I just said over and over again, they don't have a reputation for having everything together, right? They have a fairly lousy reputation, actually. If you can triple the Green Party's enrollment, right, with an influx of voters who believe in Cornel West's sort of political vision, which I think we more or less do, right, then at that point, you have, after the Cornel West campaign runs its course, now you have an organization that's maybe 4, 5, 6, or hopefully 10 times bigger than it was before. Now you have an organization that can start doing things a little bit more organically, the way they should. Okay, recruiting people from within based on what we actually think represents the ideal candidate, not just from a policy standpoint or a show business standpoint, a PR standpoint, but who actually kind of comes out of the movement organically and represents it in a way that is not only substantive, but is politically cunning and sharp. And, you know, so like you can get there. You can't get there now with the Greens because the best they could do last time was Howie Hawkins. And I'm sorry, Jill Stein, you know, I know a lot of people have a lot of respect for Jill Stein. I respect a lot about Jill Stein. She didn't have it either. Let's just be fucking honest. She didn't have it, right? They've never had anybody who's had it. Even Ralph Nader didn't really have it. Not really.
Well, they needed to play her album at rallies.
Well, you need an organization that can generate organic momentum and run formidable people out of that, or fuck, even run formidable people. Have formidable people spearhead whatever that movement turns into, right? Whether it's electoral campaigns, whether it's labor campaigns, whatever it is. You need something that's big enough and structured enough to generate its own momentum and its own force. Right now, the Green Party does not represent that. If Cornel can get a swell of people into it, maybe it can do that down the road. That, to me, is the hope. And in the short term, you have the fantastic opportunity to scare the living hell out of the two parties. And I say the two parties because I hope a libertarian scares the shit out of Trump on his side. You know, I hope fucking No Labels runs. I hope No Labels runs a can. People are like, oh, they suck. Yeah, they suck, but bring them in. Bring them in. Let's have 6 candidates. I don't care. I wish the Forward Party would have run a candidate.
I really hope I'm wrong. At this point, I would say that the chance of Cornel West actually going ahead and being on that ballot in November 2024, about 10%. That's my opinion.
All right.
10%.
Well,
I mean, I think the Green Party is going
it was
to
your
have
birthday, so I didn't want to remind you that you began this year insisting Ron DeSantis was going to be the next president. So I wanted to let you off the hook.
I have not. Whoa. I haven't backed off of that.
I know you haven't, but I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Just telling you.
Is he not running?
Happy birthday, Russell! I just saw a poll that I just saw a poll that DeSantis is polling 80%. Polling 80%.
No, but Vivek has actually.
I saw a poll that DeSantis is running at 80%. So happy birthday, Russell.
Vivek's actually overtaken him as the second most likely in the betting market, actually, for the Republican nomination. All right. I tried to get through the show without reminding you.
I remember when
it came up.
I remember when Bernie was leading in the betting markets.
It's too early. It's too early. It's pointless anyway.
Shares then.
Hey, Ellen.
Ellen, happy birthday, Russell. Mine is tomorrow. Actually, yours is in 1 minute because we're coming up on midnight. So yours is today. Russell's birthday is about to end. Oh, no, we're out of time on Russell's birthday. Out of town celebrating, so just now getting here. Sorry to have missed the show. Well, thank you, Ellen. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Ellen.
Natalie Williams, happy birthday from one Leo to another. Winter rules. Winter rules? What do you mean winter rules? It's summertime. No?
You're talking about when you might have been conceived? Like what?
Maybe it was a Game of Thrones reference.
You were conceived. You were conceived around Christmas.
Yeah. There are a lot of people have summer birthdays because people do a lot of fucking in the winter.
Wintertime.
Exactly. Yeah, it's cold. Exactly.
It's boring. Anyway.
Yeah.
Supporting anyone in the Dem Party is like trying to transfuse a dead corpse. Worker solidarity movement needed. Back to basics. Thank you, Pete Sweet. Pete Sweet is a patron and a member. Thank you, Pete Sweet. Very supportive. We appreciate that. Jacob Burke became a member. Jacob Burke. Beautiful. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Buster Peak 21. Thanks for the $2. Cornel West with JD's righteous anger. Well, that's why Jimmy said he was trying to advise the campaign to give them a little bit more of that fire, a little bit more of that directness when it comes to being asked, okay, what are 3 things you want to do? I haven't seen the Greenwald interview yet. And if you notice, look, I mean, I said I'm voting for Cornel West. I still do plan on voting for Cornel West. We have not devoted this show to his campaign. We haven't even done. I don't think we've done a segment on Cornel West in like a couple of weeks, even.
Yeah, I don't understand. People, they have to hear like the most extreme version of what you said, and you didn't say it. There's a lot of people in the chat. Oh, candidates have to be perfect. Yeah, man. I've been saying, and Keaton's been saying, but mostly it's directed at me. If he's on that ballot, I'll vote for Cornel West. I don't care. He doesn't have to be perfect. Who gives? I actually said I can't even judge his child support thing. Who am I to judge the man? I can't judge him. It's not about being perfect. It's about being honest. I'm not going to sit here and do what we've spent months excoriating other hosts for pretending that these candidates weren't really what they seemed like, or these things weren't true, or ignoring them. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. How many fucking videos have we made about Marianne and people propping up Marianne and ignoring the flaws of Marianne? We literally did a video like that tonight. And we're supposed to sit here now and be like, yeah, fucking Daily Beast. But I'm not doing that, man. Yeah, sure. I don't care. I think it'll be great if he goes all the way and makes it to the end. But I'm looking at a pattern. And people, in my experience, are patterns. And usually past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. And if you look at the guy's been in the race for 10 minutes and he already has fucked up severely twice, Well, don't be surprised. And there's a third time and a fourth time and a fifth time. And also, yeah, man, in the position, look, somebody like Jill Stein, what does she have to lose? Well, you know, to Keaton's point about it's hard to get a star to run because they got something to lose, right? What did Jill Stein have to lose, man? Nobody was buying that album anyway, right? What's going to what is Cornel actually going to burn his reputation with those people like that? I don't think so. And Mr. Vogel and anybody else who misinterprets, I'm not a Ron DeSantis fan. People always take it that way when you do horse race. We did a whole video about his love of, you know, putting Ensure up the asses of prisoners at Guantanamo. We're not fans of Ron DeSantis. I am personally of the opinion that in the end,
guys like Human Centipede meets Cape Fear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not about that. I am of the opinion, and my opinion about this has not changed. In the end, Donald Trump will not be able to overcome the amount of legal difficulty that he has. And when his campaign collapses, the Republican electorate is going to turn to somebody else. I think that somebody else is most likely to be Ron DeSantis. Now, my conclusion that he'd be president comes back to I believe whoever the Republican nominee is going to be the president. Whoever it is, doesn't matter. It could be me, could be Keaton, could be Tusker. Doesn't matter. Whoever the fuck the Republicans nominate is going to be the president. So if you think Trump's going to collapse and you think that DeSantis is best positioned to take advantage of that when he does, then yeah, that by that principle means DeSantis would be the president. Really, the point of contention in all this is whether or not you believe that Donald Trump's campaign is going to collapse. It really comes down to that.
That's what it all comes down to.
Which that, me and Keaton agree on that. Like, nobody can get in unless his campaign collapses. That's the only way that anybody else gets any room. I believe it will. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see.
All right, let's take this.
I mean, hey, this is a no-lose thing for political commentators because a Newsom DeSantis race will be fucking hilarious. A Biden-Trump race will be hilarious. A DeSantis-Biden race will be hilarious. There's hilarity as far as the eye can see. All of these combinations work out for us. No matter which of these come up, it's jackpot for YouTube.
I'll watch the Biden DeSantis debate with like thigh-high bright white boots for sure. Yeah.
I think a Marianne Pence race would be hilarious.
Oh my God.
That would be okay. That would be.
He'd call her mother immediately.
Yeah.
We have to take this.
Yeah, we got. Oh, pasta.
We have to take this one because he's going to think we're ducking him, and then I'm going to get a phone call 3 o'clock in the morning if we don't take this one soon. Brother Keaton, Brother Russell, hey Pasta, what's up? When am I coming back on? Are you guys saying Cornel West hasn't been a serious candidate yet? Nah, Pasta turning on the snark. Yo, Pasta, you can come on. I told you maybe Friday morning. I want to try to get a conversation going between you. We have a couple of people who I might want to bring you on with to do a panel thing on the border stuff because you asked RFK about the border stuff. We have a couple of people who know that issue very, very well, and I think that would be a great talk. So we're going to try to put that together. I texted you about that last night, but your notifications are silenced on your phone. I don't know why you keep your notifications off. Maybe you didn't read it. Maybe you didn't get it or you didn't see it. But I did text you about that. So we'll try and put something together.
One day I hope I can be on the panel with Pasta because I love Pasta.
That would be great. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Pasta's good people.
Nice
Thank you,
Chianti.
Pasta. With a nice Chianti.
Yeah.
Pete Sweet is now a member for a month. You got that month membership badge turned on because it's after midnight. Don't think what Hedges does is a shtick. Name anyone in the past 40 years with more integrity. No, I love Chris Hedges, but we're just talking about everybody's got their go-to references when they speak.
No. In fact, as somebody who's actually been in jail, not prison, mind you, jail, I love what he does with working with prisoners. And I loved his book. Like I'm not saying he's not authentic. You know, I mean, I'm kind of being a little playful, poking him a little.
Everybody has certain things they go to when they do speaking. People have certain things.
I love Chris Hedges. I have a tremendous amount of respect.
And as someone who's been in prison,
that he does.
As someone who's been in prison, I love what Chris just does with prisons.
You've been in prison? Did you tell me that? Prison? Oh.
Don't worry about it.
An actual prison. Boys on the tracks, what we tell you. Black Freud, thanks for the $10. The difference here is that Trump spoke effectively and directly to his voters' needs. West is not giving a clear, compelling message. Yeah, didn't read the book, but faking a report. I agree that he needs to put meat and potatoes issues front and center. It can't be the conceptual stuff, the metaphorical stuff. That's why I thought it was good that he took a stance on the rent control measure in Seattle, but absolutely needs more of that, because you're absolutely right. I mean, that's a very, very incisive point. The reason why Trump's base was so hardcore is because he articulated in very clear and material terms what he was going to try and get for them. And so as long as they wanted that, they had every reason to be like, yeah, no, fuck you, we're voting for him. Now, in terms of my goal, I've already told you what my personal goal is to disrupt the process as much as possible. Him being there and being a big star that's going to get more people than Jill Stein would have gotten or Howie Hawkins would have gotten, that is concrete for me. So I understand that. So I understand how voting for him just makes sense for me pretty much no matter what. Unless libertarians run someone better, whatever. I'm open-minded.
Larry
that's
Sharp.
not likely to happen in my point of view, but right. So for me, that's very, very obvious. For a lot of people, it's not, which means he's going to have to offer more and get much more.
Dave Smith, like if I'm hoping that he's the candidate, I think it is Dave Smith, but I mean, he's been on Rogan's show. He's been on
Pasta's show. Pasta just put him on a panel with Jimmy Dore and who's the other guy? I forget. The other libertarian guy.
Frankly, he's better on China than West is.
No, he was great on Pasta's panel. Pasta just had him, Jimmy. Who's the other guy? The libertarian guy.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember.
But it was a great panel, and yeah, Dave Smith made a lot of sense. That would be really interesting.
Whenever he went on the Joe Rogan show, it only happened for like 45 seconds. But even he's like, Joe Rogan mentioned the Uyghur situation, and Dave was like, "You can't believe that. You can't believe that." Like even he sat there and was like, "Nope, that you can't believe this crap."
Who did?
So I mean,
Dave Smith.
Yeah. So he's better than West on China.
That would be a great four-way race. I mean, that would be a really, really fun four-way race. Madison LeBeau says, happy birthday. Mine is on the 17th. You all warm my heart. Sending internet hugs. Well, thank you, Madison. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Madison.
Appreciate that very much. You warm our hearts. Virtuoso, happy birthday, Russ, but I'm cheap. Fuck. Virtuoso.
That's all right, man. We got you.
Virtuoso, you said at the very beginning of the stream, you've been watching the whole time. I saw out of the corner of my eye one of your chats. You were like, hit the like button on your way in or something. But my first glance, I thought you said, hit the like button or you're gay. That's what I thought you said. It's a way to compel people.
He wouldn't say that.
He wouldn't say that, but I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Like, did he just say hit the like button or you're gay?
Hit the like button if you're gay or straight. Just hit the like button.
Clint Russell, that's the other one. Thank you, Pasta.
There we go,
Clint,
yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Pasta. All right. Will S., thanks for the $2. Biden vote is a vote for nuclear war.
Yep.
With Russia.
Absolutely.
Agreed, folks. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We are past midnight. This is one of the longest streams ever because of all the love you showered upon Russell for his birthday, all the generous super chats. Thank you very much. That's why this ran long, but we appreciate you all very, very much for being here. Give a real round of applause to Jake, our producer in the back room over here, hanging out for 4+ hours with us. Thank you all to our Rumble audience for watching. Thank you all for being here. Please, if you're not following us on Rumble, please go ahead and do that. That is very important. We want to thank all our patron callers. Russell, you got anything else to say? Birthday boy, I'll toss to you for the last word.
I had a starred comment.
Oh, that you starred that? Okay.
I started.
This one?
You still have it? Yeah, that one. All right, so how is this harping that Cornel West will likely drop out? Not an obvious DNC talking point. I mean, God, they're paying me the big bucks. How is this different than MSNB? I gotcha. Who is like who you will endorse when you drop out? Russell, do better. Listen, man, like I said, I hope he's there at the end. I see my job as being honest always. As I said, I'm just not going to do what the Marianne stands do, what the RFK stands do. I'm not gonna, sit there and pretend. I'm not gonna be a cheerleader, man. I'm just not. Like, yes, I hope he stays in. I really do. I hope he goes to the end. I am telling you my honest opinion based on what I am seeing of his behavior and how he's handling himself. I'll be surprised. I hope I'm wrong. That's it. That's one person's opinion. I mean, yeah, I may be completely wrong. Take it or leave it. That's all. I'm not trying to sabotage it or discourage people. I mean, people got to take responsibility for their own actions. I'm not your fucking father. As far as I know.
All righty, everybody. Well, that's our show. Russell, any other words besides any comments that we may have missed? I think we got everything now.
No, thank you all very much for your generosity and your birthday wishes and your kind words and all the support for the show. Really, it's made it an amazing year and an amazing birthday. And I look forward to riding out this election from hell with all of you. This latest election from hell. I think now we're in the 8th circle.
Yeah.
We're going to go down to the 9th one together.
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. Well, folks, want to thank you guys very much for being here. You can go to patreon.com/DueDissidence to help support the show. If you cannot go to Patreon, then go to our Substack. You could sign up as a paid subscriber or a free subscriber. It really helps if you sign up as a free subscriber to our Substack, DueDissidence.substack.com. You get alerts whenever we're about to go live. You also get audio podcast versions of all the different live streams and the occasional written piece when we drop it. Paid Substack subscribers and Patreon subscribers get call-in access to the show, which a bunch of you took advantage of this evening, as well as your name up in lights on the Patreon scroll, and, of course, access to 2 patron-exclusive streams per month, which we do as exclusive uncensored streams over on Rumble. Thank you guys very much for being here. Thank you very much for wishing my friend Russell a happy birthday. I will echo them and wish you another happy birthday, good sir. We will let you get on with the rest of your birthday, although your birthday's been over now for 15 minutes. That's how much time.
It's not my birthday anymore.
We put in. Folks, thank you very much for being here. We will be back here on Wednesday with Shama Sawant and more. Until then, be safe, be well. Thank you once again very, very much for hanging out with us this evening.
Happy birthday to me.
Please clap.